All right, so now we're recording. Welcome to the trading game. I've been on for about 30 minutes or so. Opportunity is like a bus. Missed one, wait 5 minutes and catch the next one. Yep, that's exactly right. Especially with this type of trading, there's always, there's always a retracement coming. There's always a liquidity sweep coming. Right on, good deal. There's just no reason to get bent out of shape about missing something, especially if it causes you to mishandle the next one. And that's my biggest one of my biggest areas of focus right now is not to let the last trade affect the next trade. And that's sometimes you got to walk away. I mean, I know that frame of mind I'm in. If something doesn't go my way, if TradeAbate glitches or I get some slippage, anything, it irks me. And if I get right into another trade, um, it's more often than not going to not go well. Especially if I just go up there and switch to minis real quick. I do that and I know it's over. I mean, that's so stupid and I do it still. I was going short. Oh my God, man, come back up there. So I want to take this 5 minute fair value gap short from here down would be nice. I missed it, and I was trying to make sure I was on the right screen and do everything else, and that wick down. And I'm kind of weird because it's still a good trade, but I had it up here, and for some reason my mentality fights me to get into it right now and still picking up my points. I got to wait till it comes back up here now. Because if I take it back down here, I lose, 3 or 4 points of stop. And if I guess wrong, then, I need to be in the best place no matter what. Come on, back up, back up, back up. And it's not going back up. I'd have been there in a point from 45. I'd be there. I wouldn't even have to hit the previous state low. See, that's the kind of stuff that I beat myself up over because I just missed that trade, and that's to me that's worse than missing this move because I was cognizant of what was going on. I had a plan, and in the time it took me, well, the price action was really fast too. I was trying to measure whether this was the break of the box or just the moving up of the box. I would have already been out of the trade with my 5 points. So that's how fast it can happen in New York, especially around the open. But if you see kind of the methodology of what I was talking about, recognizing that this wasn't going to be the point we would get, and it's happening over here. It came down, and it's every candle now is a new low. But I was wanting something up here to come back and retest this, and possibly catch this previous day's low on the same trade. It may or may not come all the way down here before reversing, playing around, and then coming down later. You might get I don't like using this thing, but sometimes when I'm talking, people might not know what I'm talking about. Something like that. And we never know really how high this one's going to go. That's why we use the fib and these levels here, trying to plot where we would get in and where our stop would be. If I can get in a place but my stop's bad, I'll look for a different place to get in to make my stop better. It's always risk management. It's always lose less. Losing less helps me win, helps me lose better, obviously. But I'm always trying to factor that in as I'm trading. And I'll be honest, a lot of this stuff is coming here recently because I think I'm in the market a lot. I've been doing a lot more live trading, and the stuff is coming to me a little quicker. I guess we just expect that as we get a little bit more progression. I'm thinking about more things. I'm not as concerned about some of the things that used to spend up a lot of my mental capital, worrying about different things in price. So now I kind of have an idea where I expect it to go, retrace, draw to, and having all that to plan around is that's sort of that's your live trade plan. You can do something on paper and you can mark up a chart the night before to give you an outline, but once you get into the market, then you have areas you can actually fib, you have levels you're close to, everything kind of changes. Man, that'd have been a beauty, man. Gosh, dang it. I'd have still been in it too. Alright, so now we did take this. Real quick, pop out here. Now we're back to the new lower low. And definitely bearish, solidly bearish again. We want it to close down here though, not wick back up. But it probably will wick back up. We'll just have to see. Yeah, we closed below it, so that's fine. So this is we can take longs here for sure if we get what we need. Only problem is there's no swing, and this is something I encounter every time, and I always tell you guys about it. When you get your stab through here, this probably isn't it again, but when it does eventually want to turn around, our nearest swings are up here. We're almost 5 points away from even being able to get in the trade. And that puts me, if I want to place my stop down here at 36.50, I need to be in at 41.50, so somewhere in here. So ideally for me is it makes another swing or two on the way down here. Lower swings, probably comes and tests the low again. And then generally when it does finally make its push up after it's consolidated a little bit, there's usually a lower swing down here. And it might even be a small one, but that's the one I'll trigger my criteria off of to get into the silver bullet trade. Did anybody else take this fair value gap trade? Just curious. It was low. It wasn't a good premium discount, but it was a good retracement on a bearish leg into a substantial previous low. So that there has to be something to balance your decisions. If you just decide you're not going to go premium discount, then you need a reason. If you're not going to go, what's that? Before we hit PDL, the fib levels will change, right? Well, the fib levels of the leg that you're in always, it just depends on which leg you're, if you're fibbing a leg that's moving, yeah, your fib levels will change. But once it starts going in another direction and it's, a stable leg, then that fib level won't change, if I'm reading you right. So this is really not great price action for the open, but the moves have been so substantial, right, across Asia and London. We're probably not going to have a great New York AM session. We can expect a lot of what we're getting right now. I wouldn't mind a long. I wouldn't expect it, I wouldn't be looking up here for it though. I would just be looking for my 5 points. And that's another thing. If you've got your bias, it sort of helps you in the trade management. Like initially I'll set a target for 5 points and I'll maybe do a runner. But if I'm going against the trend, And depending on what the environment is, I might just get out at 5 points and get my full trade. I mean, for me, it's five and done. If I get 5 points, that's my daily goal, and I don't have to concern myself with all the other, impacts of going against the trend, coming up into opposing PDAs, things like that. So if you're with the trend, you can trade against the trend. There's just ways you can make it benefit or mitigate some of the potential, downside if it doesn't work. It's kind of like swimming upstream, when you trade against the trend. You can do it, but it's going to wear you out. So there are no fair value gaps being created. This is completely just bump consolidation. That might have been the news right there. I guess 10 o'clock. So this little bit right here, you can't even see it on the 5 minute really. It was dumping before that, so it just kind of played right into that. So not a big deal there. Noab Trades, is that a new name? I'm not sure. Snoopy, what's up, Snoopy? 888. First time I've seen you. Simply JP, maybe. Can't, not for sure. I think I got most of you. If there's anybody I'd miss, welcome. Glad to have you here. So again, this bottom, right? Probably not going to be the bottom. It's up to you. You can play that a couple times. It's usually good for a couple, but I'm real confident on the first time. I like to see it move away, and if I can get my 5 just back down to that low, I'll take it. That's it's my daily goal, and it's a real easy trade on a big punch down, just waiting for that first little retracement because it creates a ton of liquidity. Everybody's going long. They see all this. There's categories of traders. They're bulls and bears, and some of them they're only going to go short and they're only going to go long. That's the way they play it. It's the weirdest thing. I see them arguing, and maybe that's some BS. Maybe they just say that, but they're really doing both. But for the most part, that's their bias. That's what they're comfortable doing. That's the way they short the market. They're set up to do that. And I don't know how substantial that group is, but and everybody that's waiting to go long is just chomping at the bit, especially if they see liquidity taken. And, maybe that works for them sometimes, or maybe they're just taking a little bit. I don't know, but the market generally comes back and punishes anybody that did that. What do you do if you're trading EZ and can't find any lower sell-side liquidity due to contract change and there being no data? You can go to ES1 and it'll go back as far as you need to, and sometimes I'll go get my levels and then I'll just bring them back over to easy, over to this one, and I'll just line them in. Because I know what you're saying. We're back to June right now on sell side, or we were. Okay, so let's see what we're going after here. I'll just show you what I do. So wow, man. Well, that's also a 16 hour. So let me expand this a little bit. So we're at 34. Yeah, it's not showing me. Since I'm on a 4 hour, I'm probably missing a lot of the hour stuff. And I doubt I can go back that far. Oh, okay, well, we're good. I had some of it marked. So there's a couple of them I had marked already. That was yesterday. I thought it might draw down to these. I know it's not an order block, but that's the one I have that extends out for me. So it just gives me a little reference here. It's not the same scale exactly, but um, I can use that to, I want the 32 to be pretty close. There we go. Oh man, really? I'm just going to use the number reference up here. These are still the same as these here, but anybody in short? 43.05? Oh, 32 to 25? Okay. So we're coming down to a fair value gap, a weekly. Yeah, not worth the trouble. So I had the weekly at 52. We're definitely into it. Took the short to the consequent encroachment of the 4-hour wick. There you go. Yeah, it's hard for me to just take it when it's dumping, you know, just straight down. I kind of wait for the pullback and then look at the market structure, see what a good target looks like. Like the pullback. So this is more liquidity here that was taken. It's so annoying that I have to do this. So these would be opportunities to take the 30-second trade if this one of these pull up ends up being like if you're on when you go to look at the hour candles, if you can get a sweep. I've been taking it on the other side though, so I'm used to taking them up here and going short. And we've taken our liquidity for sure. So get this lined up just in case. I'd love to take one the opposite way. I haven't done it yet. Maybe this can be my first. So you get opportunities on the 32nd that you don't get on the minute. Here at 30-ish, 31. That fair value gap, not even close. But on the 32nd, bam. I've really got everything I need right here with the hourly. I can see we're definitely below. We're in no man's land, really. So I'd be really careful here. On this kind of strength here, I'm not really looking to long a silver bullet, honestly. I need some consolidation, some sideways, some, none of this is just good right now for me. I was trying to take this 5-minute fair value gap, and I missed that move. See, we've got a swing right here on the 32nd, not on the minute though. That really moves. Yeah, that's cruising there. I don't want nothing to do with that. So if this doesn't break this high, that would give me my good silver bullet swing right here if I was in that mode. And I'm not going to say that. I mean, see trade, take trade, right? We've taken liquidity. If I start talking about how much liquidity is enough liquidity, how much isn't, I would rather just take the trade every time I see it and let the cards fall where they will, rather than going through all the, because once I open that door to subjectivity, then it's it's a long road back. So if I would have got my swing here and would have had displacement like that, this doesn't mean anything yet though. I mean, this is because of where we're at in this kind of energy, this doesn't mean anything. It could just as easily turn around and rip the other way. So we'll test that theory. Is this the bottom, right? Is it going to be a one candle bottom? If it is, and it happens, you'll get the big wick on like the hourly candle, or a little higher time frame candle. And as much as it's played around, into the 1 minute, into the 5 minute. Yeah, no, I couldn't just long. I would need some kind of fair value gap, because if it comes all the way back and this doesn't become a fair value gap, then this candle meant nothing, and that's why you need to wait. Even now, I mean, most likely it will, but when you get the ones where they go straight up and come straight right down, if that happens here and you just went long without seeing a fair value gap, then you're immediately out of the position. And I've gotten in right here trying to catch the move, and the problem was it actually ran away from me, and I caught it up here. Like I would take this trade right here before it even is a fair value gap yet. And then the fair value gap drops down to here before it takes off, and now my target's a couple points higher than it would have had to be, and I've had it go up there and miss my target. But if I would have waited and took the actual fair value gap entry, I would have hit my target and would have been a good trade. Instead, it missed my target. I got mad. I moved my stop, and took a bigger loss than I wanted to. So this wouldn't be terrible. I mean, like I say, I'm pretty sure that's not going to stand. This would have been and this is kind of neat comparing them because I want to see when I don't get a swing on the minute, I will usually get a swing on the 30 seconds. So there's several swings in here in this price right here. If it goes on to win, then when I get the displacement, I see, like sometimes like this, I see the displacement, but I don't see the swing. I might start taking the trade on the 30-second, knowing that there was a swing, and just see if that does anything. I mean, I guess technically what I back tested was on the 1 minute, so this is good theory here that it didn't take out if you're going to trade on the 1 minute, you need 1 minute support for your idea. So I might have to figure that out. I'd be interested to know how any of you do that. Because to me that maybe feels like I'm cheating, like I'm trying to force something. I mean, you can go down to the 5-second and eventually find swings, so I might need to rethink that. But it works good on the dump when you're getting gaps and things like this, when you're definitely, just dropping like a knife. But this isn't the same situation. I feel like the downside is still stronger. We've got the 5 minute fair value gap here, and we were trying to be long off of a 1 minute into a 5 minute. So the strength is still here. As long as you're in the trend, you stay with the trend until you stop. Because you can get all kinds of wins with the trend, and if eventually you take one that's wrong, well, if you played it right, you got several pullbacks. Yeah, I'm gonna stick to I'm fine with not taking this as a silver bullet entry, because like I said, normally what I look for, what I'm happy with and comfortable with, is when it comes down, makes a point, comes back, retests the point, little reversal, new swing down here somewhere, maybe another retest, and this just isn't ideal for me to. It's too aggressive. So I'm just going to use, I think I'm going to put this one up here. This is the daily. That's where we're closest to something, daily fair value gap. So this is an area that I haven't traded a lot. I mean, we spend most of our time doing this. There's usually something to the left for reference. And eventually it'll turn around and it'll run back all through all of this, and we'll have lots to work with. But so right here, just my inexperience is showing a little bit. I'm not in my comfort zone trying to find what I need. There's no PDAs down here other than on the daily, and they're probably there. It's not looking back far enough, and some of them have limits on how far they will look back. I'm going to play with some different indicators though and see. Oh, I got rid of it. Alright. If I'm too long on a downtrend, thoughts is to pick the stronger market with extra confluence like OTE helps. Yeah, OTE helps everything. That's been a big difference for me lately. It's because it just seems to work. I mean, who'd have thunk, right? Did somebody else come up with OTE? Or is that ICTs? I know they say he came up with his stuff through You know, that particular, maybe it was a fib range or something and he named it OTE. I don't know. But I had never heard of it before running into him. So whether he came up with it or not, he's the one that gave it to me. Happy with the result? There you go. That's what it's all about. So that would have worked. But again, I had nothing here. There was no swings for me to take a trade on. Now what's funny is if I go over here to MES, there'll be a swing. No, good, thank you. Sometimes there are and I kick myself for not looking at the right one. It doesn't take but a tick in the right place to make a new swing, so. We'll see what happens right here. That second leg did break a swing. Stream gone again? All right. I'll be right back. Hopefully that helped. I'll have to figure out why that stage didn't work. That stage was a nice idea that they put in there, and if it's just my internet, then there won't be anything I can do about it. So I can't speed it up. I can't put fiber out here. They don't support it yet in this area, so it is what it is. So a retracement up into here would be nice. I'd have to decide. I'm on NQ for one, so strike that. It's actually at 50% of this one. That could have been, if I miss another one of these, yeah. All it takes is like just a couple seconds of distraction. And it's more than a couple seconds because I look to do something else, I switch a screen, and in that amount of time it takes me to do that, I have to reorientate when I get to the, back onto the chart and realize that I'm looking for, I was trying to see where I could get 50% that lined up with that fair value gap, because here 50% wasn't going to make it. And by the time I pulled it down here, and like I said before, it's hard for me. I need to take the trade here. If I don't take the trade here and it gets away from me a point or two, for some reason, I struggle to take it down here. Because I've gotten so close to being stopped out so many times, and I'm not going to raise my stop an extra point and a half, whatever this is right here, to make up for my hesitation. So I get stuck. I just have to watch it go. Okay, Mason. Does anybody else deal with that? I mean, I know we all run into this exact situation where we miss something by a little bit, and then it gets away. It starts moving the other direction. You know you were in your trade. Will you take the extra couple points to play with it, or because still, if I would have taken the trade, I'd been planning for this, and this is still enough points. So why can't I take the trade right here? It's just weird. I'm not going to say I can't. I just choose not to. I could definitely, make that a point and just hit the button. I don't care that much. not at this stage. So if I want to prove something to myself that I can do it, I would just sell and say, okay, whatever, and be in. Part of it feels like I'm being responsible. And then part of it feels like I'm being too tight ass, excuse me. Like I'm worried too much about just a little bit. You usually do what, Greg? You usually just take the trade a little late. Take the trade, okay. Because I see it. I mean, and that's what I need to get through my head is when I take a trade here. If I'm willing to buy here or sell here, my plan wasn't for here, right? My plan was down here. I should take the trade down here and put my stop in the same place that I would have put it to begin with, and I just have a smaller stop. But I was still trusting. Well, I couldn't do that because I'd have to been. I'm still down to a smaller stop. But these are good trades, so I need to just get more information. I need to backtest more. I've been really slacking lately. The Discord's taking up some time and doing some other things. I got all week though, so I want to nail down a couple processes that I'm going to implement to make an improvement and use this time wisely. There's a couple things I want to go over. Somebody was going to help me with NinjaTrader this week, so that'll help. Yeah, this was a great trade on the 5 minute, I think. I always take this, and here's another thing. I always take these when they break structure where I can see it just about anywhere. And because I can't see anything, it's messing with my head a little bit on the 5 minute. I mean, there's just nothing. It doesn't go back far enough, so. And this is one of those things that's hard to backtest because you can't, in backtesting, you can't push back to where it's, off your screen. So you kind of got to learn it live. I guess I could do replay and just not have anything there and still go through it, but it doesn't feel the same to me. Hey, Brian, what's going on, buddy? You're not trading options today, are you? No, I need to stop, right? I hear you. So even if I would have split the difference on that, I'd already have been another 5 points. If I'd have just took the trade that I said I would want to trade. I've missed 2 of them now. But I can't let that bother me. I mean, sometimes not taking the trade, it feels like a loss. It's not as bad as a loss, so I shouldn't let it impact me as much as a loss. But after a couple of them, I feel a little bit of angst in my spirit, you might say. I'm not swearing or anything, but I can feel it. It's an emotional impact on me right now, so I got to control that. I still got to take, my trades, and not try to take something to get that back. Because that's what got me last time is missing trades that I meant to take and talk myself out of, which that was worse. These I just hesitated and was distracted. But if this comes up here again, there's no reason. We're actually down here. There's no reason not to, because I still would have been in this trade and I thought it was a good idea at the time. But I mean, that's candle by candle analysis. If I see something that maybe goes against that now, then I'd be dumb to get in it and just take the trade based on what happened 5 minutes ago. So if I was in it, I'd have to be living through this, but it doesn't justify another entry for me just yet. Funded trade of 8 with 300 euros. Yeah. I mean, $300 over here will get you some micros. You know, you can trade micros for like $50. You can trade one micro and have plenty of stop loss. You know, yeah, that's fine. Trade two micros. Trade two micros. That's $10 a point. I'm in here for calm mind and clean entries. Right? Thanks. Well, some of my calmness and cleanness is because you guys are in here. Trust me. So I trade differently with you guys in here, and that's fine. That it really works out great for me. I'm doing well live. So when I'm not live, I can tell the difference. It's real easy. It's real quick. I do things a lot differently. And I imagine I don't know if I could do the same thing, because some of it I'm trying to stick to rules that I know are, you know, that I posted and I said that I'm going to do, but there's other trades that I would take that I know are probably okay, but might look questionable. So a lot of it is to make sure I appear to be doing what I say I'm doing. Yeah, I posted a video on the non-trades channel. I made a compilation of some of my videos from racing. And if you got something, you know, just whatever, that's just for stuff like that. You know, if we want to post something fun. I don't remember how it came up, but somebody said, apparently less discipline when no one is watching. Well, I've got a way to prove that. I mean, here's my live trades, right? I've lost 3 live trades, and I've got 6 losses. So, I mean, that works out. I mean, I'm 3-3 either way. So I didn't have that information before. It's good to know, though. It's something I wanted to compile and eventually be able to use, but until you said that, I didn't think to change it or to check it. You brought a Suzuki GN250. That 250s are, especially if it's a 2-stroke, that'll throw you off the back. Okay, so let's see if the short was valid or not. So that's kind of where I'm at now. I might have been rewarded for not taking that. I would have been up around 40. I probably would have got above this candle. Yeah. I would have rather taken the trade here and still been in it than taking it here for some reason. I don't know why that is.
Order filled.
I'm going to go in for just a little bit because we're back up here. I'm still bearish overall. I'm in a 5-minute fair value gap. We do have a huge push here on the 1 minute, but I don't believe this is the bottom, and I'm willing to pay to find out.
Order working. Order working.
That may not have been a great idea. It's looking like it wasn't. I just have to see. I kind of talked about what this was doing to me, and that may have been a result of it. When I start to feel like I'm afraid of something, or you know, I'm acting passively, sometimes I will just act aggressively just to prove to myself that I wasn't being passive, if that makes sense. So I kind of took that as instead of talking about it, just be about it, and then, you know, accept the consequences. So I got 4 in. I'm still gonna think positive and break my orders down into 20s, and set my stuff.
Order working. Order working.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to get knocked out, but we will see. So again, right away, pull the fib. OTE is up here. I'm at yeah, I wouldn't. It could go to OTE. It could still be on OTE and stop me out. And I'm at my 5 points, so I don't move anything. I got stopped out.
Filled.
Is what it is. Yeah, I know. I know. I guess, you know, it goes back to the see trade, take trade. I thought I saw the trade here, and when it came back against me here, or, you know, it came back in my favor, I started thinking it was a good trade. And still felt like it was. But if it continues to go, and I didn't even give it the full OTE, so that was, I should have waited until I could go to see if it went up far enough to give me the OTE at least. Even if I would have still got stopped out, it would have been better trade management, better planning to do it that way. So this was the move down here, and it's discouraging because there was no swing here for me to get in on it on the 1 minute. So not only would I have had the huge win, I probably would have got, I'd have been out somewhere in here. I don't think I'd have took that all the way back. Although, yeah, I might have waited that out just because of the, I would have wanted to see what happened in the fair value gap, so I wouldn't have cut it there. All right, so I got one more loss to give today. See if we can do better. And I gotta get rid of these orders over here, because if I leave them open, it's such a pain. So if it does reverse, I'm gonna want to know at what area. So from this one, I mean, if I was being real, this would have been my first one, but this was also would have been acceptable too. And it's right there at the 62. So maybe this would have been the more substantial leg, even though this counts as a swing high. This was a lot more substantial. So if I would have used the right leg, I wouldn't have got in until 50% was touched, and I would have been okay with my 5 points. So that's a lesson also. I was using a kind of a false confluence on the fib, I think. This one lined up to where you expect price action to go, right to the OTE. Got in on NQ on the way up. Car 2R might be going short from right here though. Yep. Yeah, I'm too far. It's too far down for me now. Now, you know, this would be something I'd revenge trade, because again, I'm so sure it's coming down here. I just took a loss that I feel like, you know, I might not have taken if I'd approached it differently. And this is where I get in trouble, is, okay, now it's going in my direction. Now I can be right. Now I can get that money back. And if I make a bad decision right here, it turns into a terrible decision, because it would be back-to-back losses. I'd have that pressure on me. I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose. And it can lead to blown accounts. I mean, that's how it happens. It can happen that quick. And once I get to that point, there's no more control. If I start doing it, it starts going against me, I'm going to do the same stupid stuff that I do to try to save it, you know, adding to the position, doing all kinds of dumb stuff if it does start to go in my favor. It just becomes, a comedy of errors that snowball into a place where you lose it emotionally and you don't give a shit. You hit the buttons thinking, I don't care. I'm either going to win or I'm going to be out. And I don't know if you guys approach it like that, but that's where I found myself doing. So everything is tied to not allowing that to happen, because that can be the end. You can't get to that state of mind. And I know that once I get part of the way there, there's no turning back. So I've been in the middle of it, and I felt as completely helpless as if, I don't know. So I'm not going to have anything here for a few minutes. I wouldn't anticipate going either way, so I'm going to take 5, and I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, nothing happened. Alright, so I'm going to watch this on this screen. I'm going to take a picture of that trade and those executions. I didn't do that yesterday, so I wasted a lot of time trying to go back and make the pictures so I could fill out the trade tracker. So I'm going to let you help me grade the trade, or at least tell me if I'm being stupid. So this is New York 1 loss. I was playing a retracement. I had a 5 and a 5. Oops. Okay. Prep. I was prepped in the morning, but I recognized I was in an inexperienced area, so I'm going to cost myself points for that. I also didn't fib it right. What I did with the fib is I made it line up with a fair value gap. I brought my 50% into a fair value gap to increase my confidence in the trade. All I did was cheat. It'd be no different than switching over to the 30 seconds to try to catch an entry where there isn't one on the 1 minute in a place where that's not a great idea. So points off for that. Entry, again, not a great entry. Stop loss was a 10. No. Stop loss management was a 10. I didn't move it, but I didn't give myself any space over the OTE. Target, pretty standard, you know, I'm going for my 5 points, but yeah, target liquidity, you know, it can be better if that 5 points is also giving me liquidity. Stop management, didn't move it. Rules overall, not great. Rested and positive. What else didn't I do there? Well, that's good for now. I'll put the pick in later. I get the time. 10:42. Alright, so I've been holding steady at a 6 for a while now, but I think it's probably a lower 6. And I'll highlight some of that stuff, like cheated with the fib. That's something I want to remember not to do. Because I guarantee if I ask someone that knows, Greg, you still in here? Yeah. So when I pulled that fib from here to here to get into this area, right? Would I have been better off fibbing the whole leg? I was just wondering. I fibbed it right here on this swing because I wanted to get in on this fair value gap. I wanted 50% to be in here. I basically cheated, I think, because I think this would have been actually the better place to fib the leg, because this is actually in this price leg. And then I would have been in a better, I would have won the trade then probably. So yeah, I'm just curious if this would have been a better place to fib this for this entry, because then I might have been waiting for OTE or something instead of pulling it down here, because I already knew I wanted to get in that trade. So when I saw that this wasn't good, I basically said, well, maybe that'll get me in, and that ended up not being good. So anybody can answer that. I'm just curious what the consensus is. $43.45. On the 5 minute. Okay. Well, I wasn't cheating, but it felt like it at the time. Since I didn't know that for sure as a fact, I'm going to still say that I was trying to introduce some bias into the trade. If I'd have done that the first time, knowing that that was true, rather than kind of questioning it, I would have felt better about it. But that's something now I just learned something, so that's good. Thank you. So I just don't have I don't have a good feel for direction right now. Yesterday it was pretty obvious, and now that we've come through and we've smashed through this low, really trying to get something I can see. Okay, that's not ideal, but maybe we leave that one up for now. Get in there. There you go. And it doesn't matter. Let's get all of this, because depending on how low this goes today, all this might be pertinent. And we're almost out of contract room here too. You can tell when it starts doing this. I don't even know how reliable this is actually. The points probably are, but these gaps, because it gets all gappy, it turns these into fair value gaps that probably aren't really fair value gaps. Possibly. Like I believe this one. I don't believe this one. Oh, that's the 4-hour chart. We were in a serious down. So this should be showing up. That's August, September. The next one, the next monthly would be, yeah, here. So I can trust this one. So that's a good monthly low right there. On my drawn liquidity is good for the month. And I'm not going to go much farther than that. That's quite a bit of points. That's probably more than it's going to go, but I want it down there. Here's something else I do. Like, I'm thinking that if this is the beginning of the move that carries price up, you know, a good ways, like this fair value gap never was, or this fair value gap was tapped, there just wasn't a swing. This fair value gap was respected enough to get this move. And I would then want to believe that this fair value gap is going to carry it the rest of the way if this was the move. But I don't know it's the move. And going against the trend so much, if there wasn't such a strong trend, this would have been an advanced entry that I could have taken, I think. It's got the right criteria. It's got the displacement. It's got the market structure shift to the trend side. You know, not too far distant. This would be at the bottom of the run, so I could catch a couple of these type of trades. This would have been one too, right here. But I just don't. I don't want to go against this trend right now. Which sucks because, you know, if depending on how long it drops, if I wouldn't already have a loss in the day, I think it would have me trading a little bit differently. But now I'm sort of in A+ mode where I need session liquidity, top or bottom, before I'll take a trade. And that's just the same as me going to half size or something. I know these are good trades that I can take, but I know what my A+ is. And once I take a loss, I want the very best trade I can get, because I'd rather be even than -2. That's a big difference on your, you know, the rest of your day. Ideally, I can get even before AM session ends, and then come in and scoop up something on the PM session. That's kind of my forethought. But I'm not going to sacrifice a bunch to do it. So, dollar breakout indices refuse to budge lower. It feels like we're going lower. I mean, in the last hour or so. Unless you're talking like, you know, exact correlation like right now and right now. But we are coming down some. So we'll put the tick grid on. So this is the S&P. Is it the S&P or overall stock market? I'm not even sure. And this is the difference between upticks and downticks on all of those stocks. And sometimes you can find like the same kind of divergence information. Like if this is, you can look for, you know, divergence right here. This low. If this breaks this low and this doesn't break here, then stocks are dropping, but it's not pulling the indices down, the index down. So if this drops down here and this does not drop down here, that would be bullish. Because then this turns around and starts to move up, and when the stocks start moving up, then it releases the index to then go in the direction it's right here holding on. I don't know why it does that. I really don't. It seems like it would just come down here and take liquidity and, you know, move on. So I don't know all the ins and outs of how this works. I just sort of know how to use the idea of SMT with it. Like this candle came higher than this candle, and yet this one's lower than this one. Same thing here. This one went a bunch higher. This one's even. And right now, the stock market it's popping back up some, so it's close now. I think it's close to even with these other candles, so it's back. You wanted a DR trigger? Do I even have DR on here? I don't think I do. I don't. There we go. Now we're DR oriented. You can listen to the ticks too. want to sign up for anything right now. What does it sound like, a Geiger counter or something? Tick, 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 tick. Oh, okay, different sounds for upticks and downticks. Oh, sweet. Okay. I'll check that out later. I will. I'd get too focused on trying to set it up and get my stuff set up, get my sounds right, and I'd end up screwing up, so. Yeah, that makes sense, right? I did back testing on the tick grid. That was just ridiculous. I moved my levels around. I had alerts in here. Um, and it was nothing different than a support and resistance kind of thing, but I wanted to see if the tick indicators gave better feedback, I guess, over just the candle patterns. Because you can see from the open, right? And I don't know if it's screwed up, but the open screamed up, right? The open screamed up. And on tick grid, it's maintained its bullish nature, right? But indexes and ES dumped. So this does not represent what we're seeing here, and it should be a lot closer than it is. So the stock market is, you know, moving up in a way, and this is coming down. So eventually we'll probably get a big, you know, big move back up. I'm just guessing. I don't know, but I'm trying to get to where I can sort of forecast. I always speak out my forecasts out loud because then I remember them better for some reason. If I don't talk about it, it's not as, or if I don't write it or something, then I don't pick it back up when it's time to measure it and see what the result was. So when I say it, then for some reason it triggers in my head better. And that's a lot of times when I'm talking about the box, I think it's going to do this, I think it's going to do that, where liquidity is, where the draw is at the beginning of the day, things like that. And then it's good just to have that as something in the background to be thinking about, you know. It leaves me with a feeling of confidence overall when I'm accurate. And so, you know, that's good. If I'm not accurate, then I'll be aware of that too. Bring my new week opening gaps up. And I don't know that I had this stuff on the chart when I took that trade either. That was another thing I failed on. I wasn't using accurate higher time frame PDA info. Okay, so that would have affected my plan, I think. It should have. I'm going to try to get some other people in here streaming also. Um, I've got a couple ideas for a way to make this kind of fun, competitive even. Have some people streaming side by side and do some fun challenges. I mean, and just and have some competitions. Do like a leaderboard thing. It's only going to be suitable for those that are comfortable, obviously trading live while they're trying to actually do their thing. But there might be days where somebody's got their target and they just come in here with a couple micros or something and play around. I've done everything I can though. I've asked for volunteers to try to fill the schedule a little bit and get people in here that are more experienced. Because like I said, the goal is to help new traders. I can only carry you so far, so. All right. The closer we come to the DR low, the more obvious it is we would probably confirm short, continue the trend. That was a nice pullback on this. Now that we passed the, did we pass the first swing? No, we haven't actually passed the first swing yet. Top step, 3 guys stream together. Okay, cool, yeah. I mean, there can be multiple people streaming their screens, and nobody would really know who's watching who, and that's fine, but everybody would have the same level of accountability because we don't know who's watching what. But I don't know. I would do it. If someone else offered, I would go to their Discord and I would stream with them or play a game, have a fun thing, and not feel any kind of way about it if I didn't win. It's all, like I said, it's fun. Unless it's like someone I'm trying to beef with or something. Somebody, if we get into a indicator argument or something, and I'm talking about, your RSI sucks, and he's like, well, I'll beat your ass with my RSI. I'm like, well, come on over here and beat it, do it. Right? Bring your RSI over here, man. I got something for you. Yo mama. We want to keep it, we don't want to get that far out there, but you know what I'm saying? Have somewhere where people can go and compete, have fun. If you got someone you're beefing with, hey, invite him. Bring him to this Discord. It's neutral ground. You guys can both hop in and trade and get it out. Get it out of your system. Solve it. Fix it. We don't have to see it all over Twitter. Get some finality. That would actually be pretty cool. I mean, I would really like to see that myself. So if we could ever make it happen and create an environment where nobody feels threatened by doing it, I think it would be really neat. Your trend lines are all wrong, right? How many times have you looked at somebody's stuff and it's like, oh my God, I wouldn't have done it that way. Your points are wrong. You shouldn't have used that one. Or there's all kinds of stuff we can find to beef over. I wouldn't suspect we'd get anybody substantial though, because they've got too much on the line to lose in public, somewhere like this. If they're like dependent on their viewership or whatever, that would hurt them. But people that are just us, Yeah, I agree, Ron. It's done better in Discord using Stage, right? So I had the stage set up earlier. We were actually in the stage, and I loved it, but I had too many people that weren't able to see my screen. It was just spinning. So I've got the stage ready to go. I just need to do some research. Maybe there's some tweaks I can do on my performance, performance settings in Windows or video or something to work on that. But yeah, I agree. Multiple people on here would be awesome. Do a group thing. Yep. Yep. All that. Yep. Points. I really want to do some unique things here, things that nobody's doing, and just make this like a ridiculously educational environment for you guys. So anything I see like that has educational potential and fun, I'm going to try to incorporate it into the platform. And there might be prize money. I mean, I put up that thing the other day. Whatever we bring in is going to go back out to support the Discord and the members. So if we could offer somebody, a little purse, come over here for $100, you guys, we'll give you a first and second prize for whoever wins, and tell them you got the AM session, whoever comes out on top, and we could watch, and like see what's going on, and it'd be neat. I think it'd be neat. It would be high pressure for the people doing it, but this is high pressure stuff. If the pressure is too much, then I mean the market gives me all the pressure, more pressure than anything else. You guys add to that a little bit, but the market is the majority of it. I'm under more pressure about these thousands of dollars I'm trying to make and lose. And the more mechanical and consistent I am now, I don't really have any fear. I might make some, less good decisions or even bad decisions, but it's not going to reflect on me as a trader that bad. Unless I just do it every day and completely, give up on my methodology, you guys are going to cut me some slack. Yeah, I'll have you help me out, Ron. We'll talk about it. I want to get some other opinions from people on the team and find out how they think it would go over. I want to see some battles, honestly. I want to see some battles. There's so much smack talk in the trading space, right? I mean, literally, it just goes everywhere you look. There's people smack talking this, smack talking that, and nobody really has a place to just say, "Well, let's prove it." Let's see. I mean, that's what I want. Because you can talk behind your screen all day long, and you're right in your own mind and convincing your whatever. Yeah, I mean, you're right, Shannon. My limitation is my internet right now, and that limitation is probably going to follow me into anything I try to do. It's just really, really, really weak here on the upload. So this is set up for 10,000 seats right here, the stage. So it's more than capable of handling the capacity of maybe 100 or 200 people or something we might get. I've got the computer for it. I know that. I went way above what I thought I would need, just in case. But I can't control the size of the pipe that my data is going through. So this would be a good time to be able to go trade, oil. Right? I did it again yesterday when I flipped to oil. It was in this exact move. Huge moves, right? I would have been in the oil. I would have been in oil right here. Okay? I'd have took this fair value gap, maybe dropped down to the 30-second. Shouldn't do that, but I got all my signals right here. Definitely by here. Only thing is it didn't really get tapped anywhere good. I don't know that I'd have taken it this high, but this could be a new week opening gap entry up here, maybe, on oil. But I would need to wait. It would have been this fair value gap right here. That's a huge gap. I wonder what that is, if that's a contract gap or something. Yeah, I'm not going to do that, but I'm just saying, if I took a general week opening gap trade, I'd wait till they get a fair value gap to the other side once it breaks out. But I recognize the usefulness of being able to trade other things when mine is just dead. You need something that is web-based, so nothing is coming back through your connection or cloud server. Oh, okay, I hear you. Well, I'll look at that. I'd want to, like I said, it would have to be tailored to the comfort of the people who are least likely to want to come in here. Because if I can get them to come, then everybody else comes. So I'd want to make it as user-friendly, as person-friendly as possible, easy. Uh, Balanced price range. I don't know, Boyle. Um, that doesn't even look like the criteria for me. For the wick didn't go all the way down, and then the candle came up through it. So that just looks like a fair value gap to me. And I could be misunderstanding you. I haven't got a lot of BPR. I've got the handouts that ICT Cracking put out, and we've talked about it a little bit. And I know what I'm looking for. And if I've got it right, that wouldn't be what I was looking for. But if there's anybody in here that knows and wants to answer, that'd be great. I learned something too. To Boyle's question. All right, so is that just because it's a inverse fair value gap? Going through another fair value gap? Is that what you're... Is that the way you read that? Oh, I'm thinking of the RDB I don't even know what the thing is. You pick the smallest of the fair value gaps, and then that's your balance price range. Okay, perfect. How is it utilized? How is it different than just the fair value gap that's sitting there already inside of an inverse fair value gap? It seems like it's what I need to know sometimes is when it's going to give me a different effect. If it's going to give me the same effect as this fair value gap, then did I need to know, or is it a stronger fair value gap maybe? Yes, it's an inverse fair value gap. Okay. All right. I usually I don't take trades just on the inverse fair value gap yet. I haven't looked at it enough, but I recognize this as something I would take based on this one and then have the added confluence of it being inside this one. But I didn't even know that was the balanced price range. So that's awesome. Thank you. Now I can sound intelligent when I'm if someone asks about the balanced price range, because that's totally not what I was thinking about. I was thinking about one where the wick comes all the way down and it does. I got the graphic, but I don't know where it's at right now. It's in with about 100 other ones. Long wick on the left side, either bearish or bullish. It's a long wick on the left side, and then body comes back up through it, and people will get in on the candle instead of waiting for a fair value gap, because obviously there's no fair value gap there. But I don't remember what that's called. Rebalanced, redistributed, something. All right, so we're probably... Well, I don't say that, probably. I can't say what we're going to do here. I feel like it's free fall, but who knows? Because we are falling strong on the tick grid now, too. Yeah, no, I'm familiar with the implied fair value gap. This is something else. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Bullish RDRB. This one here. and then there's bearish. So this is when he told me that. This is what I was looking for. I was looking for the wick and the candle and the, this not a fair value gap, but well, technically that still is a fair value gap. No, it isn't. No, it comes down to here and here. So. Yeah, I remember looking at some of that in the video, and I just left it alone. I mean, I was still trying to figure out what a breaker block was, so when that came out, I thought, well, I'm going to wait. But yeah, this is when he said that, I was thinking, I guess the balanced, I saw balanced, but it's redelivered rebalanced, RDRB, redelivered rebalanced. And that's not something I'm really trading yet either. I'm trying to find it in price action when it's happening, so I can start at least recognizing it, and then I'll look to back test it and see what ways it reacts with price. But that's a long way away on my list. I still think having all that extra stuff makes me feel more complete, but I don't think it makes me feel better in proportion. Like if I learn that, I think it makes me more rounded, but I don't think it makes me a ton better, because a lot of those moves I'm already going to still be in because they're part of a trend or a leg, or I might have caught it above or below, or so I don't feel like I'm missing out a ton not having it. But I want to educate myself, and I enjoy the challenge of learning stuff too, so I will figure it out. It's just not a priority right now. What helped me find it regularly is thinking of it as a fair value gap, but one of the candles that form the fair... Oh, okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, because I almost thought that was a fair value gap when I looked at it, and I had to remember that the wick was actually trailing down here and wasn't part of his shadow thing. He was shadowing it out, but that shadow didn't make it a fair value gap. And if you guys want to call those out when you see them, why don't we do that? If someone sees an RV, RD, or something like that, point it out, and let's start trying to make this, as impactful as possible. People can do that in text. Same thing with inverse fair value gaps. Stuff that you don't hear me use a lot. If you want to point it out and say, hey, here's a breaker right here, text it, and I'll go back and find it. Because I really just don't. Like, I know there's one here. There's going to be one right here. Down, up, new lower low. Or does it have to make a higher high and then a lower low? See, I still get confused. I know there's something here. Let's put it like that. We were talking about it yesterday, and I said there's a block here. I just don't know if it's which block it is. So, and then I don't know if I should use the wick. I think you used the whole candle on that. Okay, so we're deep off in it. 2175 is my bottom. So as I'm watching this, I'm keeping 2175 in my mind for my target as what I would shoot for if I go short. Why didn't we confirm? I don't show my confirmation here. Oh, it's red. That's why. Yeah, it's there. Okay, so a Kraken DR trade would be a retracement up to here. Maybe we can take that, but I'm wanting to go long also. So here's why I stopped doing both of them, because I was getting counter bias. I guess if I don't see my silver bullet entry, that's what I'll do. If I don't see my silver bullet entry, then that's a good bearish indication actually, and it's more of just a retrace, and then I can take the Kraken DR. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of stuff. When he puts his books out, I think I'll check those out, because I can do it without absorbing all the other stuff, and it'll be more technical and organized, I think. He's not going to go into cussing out Benny and stuff and all of that in his books. So the books I'm looking forward to. Kraken DR. Kraken DR is using the DR strategy to get your bias. You still use the confirmation. You wait 30 minutes, and then you take a retracement into the first. Well, it depends. I mean, I would take the first fair value gap, especially on the 5 minute here. I would take this short from here, and he's got more rules than I use. I sort of just keep my standard. I'm going to go for 5. I don't think I would use 5 here. I'd have it in my mind to use it, but I don't think I'd start with it. Stop loss. And that way you're still trading with the bias. It would be a more comfortable trade for me right now than trying to go long against this. So, and I kind of like to have a couple, 3 things on my mind for different scenarios, and this is just one of those times when I see, I've got this trade if I want to take it if it develops. Yep. And it had a really nice, there was a couple months where it was in the 80%, and then there were some months that were, pretty poor. So to me, that makes it like a 50-50 sort of thing, which is fine. I mean, I might be over 50 with my trades, but I'm not taking every trade either. So the type of trades I'm taking, it doesn't mean that that's a 75% trade, because I might have accidentally missed out on a couple of the losers. Yes, it's DR, but instead of using data, you're using the fair value gaps, order blocks, all of that. And actually, this would be strong because, you've still got this inverse fair value gap here. If it was to draw that out, there might be a order block here. And there's all kinds of stuff in there, This would be a solid area to take a retracement. And I'm always looking for the 3 punch, too. So here's 1, here's 2. If it steps down again, that wouldn't, surprise me. And like I said, I'd rather take that. Honestly, though, I would also want to incorporate the fib on the leg this time. Look at that. It puts it, all of my POIs, including OTE, are in that range right there. That's really great. And that would be at 32. 37 would get me up here, which isn't terrible. For another add, I'm not going to take another 1.5. No, too much to add. So I would go with just my 5, Yes, how's name? And I think it's no. Is it a higher time frame? Yeah, it has to be because I couldn't go back far enough. I'm going to get rid of this tick grid. I'm not going to be using it. Yeah, it's a higher time frame that I should have been looking at when I took this trade. That last trade was just completely messed up. And it's because I'm just out of my rhythm. This isn't what I'm used to trading the nice, sweepy stuff that has stuff above and stuff below and real predictable. So this is, it's just a little different. You don't get to these places but every few months sometimes because you're talking about monthly, monthly lows, monthly levels. But I'll take a short here. I mean, I got DR confirmation on my side. I got the trend on my side. I got OT on my side. I got all the PDAs on my side. Yeah. And I'm going to go in double size to try to get that other one back. You're supposed to say, oh, hell no. Yeah, it wasn't that long ago that would have been my mindset. Trust me. Okay, I think I see some new people. 2D, I don't recognize you. Welcome. Don HBM, possibly. Emily Lockyer. Your picture looks familiar, so I think I've seen you. John B. There's different Johns coming and going, so I can't say for sure. Everybody else looks Seth DG maybe. Anyway, if you're new, welcome. Glad you're here. Doing this all week because I'm off. Normally it's just Thursday and Friday. Yeah, I want to see it come up here, but it's a place for consolidation. It could just come up and dump some more. So we've got a level down here, another draw on liquidity down here, and then that ultimate monthly is here. So a couple different things to work through if it wants to keep going down. And glad to have you. Where'd you come from, 2D? We haven't done anything promotional lately, so I'm just wondering if people are just still stumbling over my old Reddit posts or still coming from Kraken's page. It's slowed down now. It has. I think we got everybody that was interested in the indicator, and unless he's picking up new people, but bless you if that's sneezing. I'll turn you down. For a few days there, it was 100 a day. We were tripping out. I get fidgety with my screen, and it irritates me when other people like fidget with their screens, so I'm going to try to not fidget with mine. There's no reason to move it right now. I know what I'm looking for. What else? I don't think of much to go on. Yeah, I wonder if there's something specific that's driving it this low, or is it just time, market cycle wise to do this? Expand the daily real quick. Well, that's substantial. Oops, get back over there. Still got a ways to go. I'm trying to decide. So if I took it at 32 to 37, if I wait for consequent encroachment, I get it at 33, 33.25. Then I could go to 38.25, which puts me right here. I like that spot. So if it comes up to consequent encroachment on this fair value gap, I'll take a short. Stop would be right up here. And I would feel fine with that. Lower highs being made, lower lows being made in a strong trend. Don't remember the size of this fair value gap. Was it the hourly that I was on? No. 4 hourly? No. I don't remember now. Probably would have been good to know, but it's a higher time frame. Yeah, I know. It didn't show up as level three on the news that I look at. And really, the only level three news that I'm concerned with is FOMC, CPI, and NFP. There's other stuff that definitely moves it, but 5 second 2022 model. What's the 5S? Oh yeah, I'm not there yet, but I will definitely, if it works, I'm gonna look at it, and depending on who's using it, I'll evaluate it and try to incorporate it. There's nothing wrong with that. If they're having success, I want to have success. I don't even have to like them. If what they have works, I'm all over it. It's sort of the cut off your nose to spite your face thing. I don't like somebody, so I don't want to use their method to make money. That's stupid. Um, yeah, and I got that from thinking about the whole ICT thing, where if he's a fraud or whatever, I, I don't care. It doesn't impact my trading or me using his concepts. Put it like this: if a known fraud, here's a good way to look at it. If a known fraud came to you, like Bernie Madoff, let's say Bernie Madoff came to you and he had a barrel full of money, and the government said, "Yeah, you can have it, take it." What would be the difference? I mean, would you take the money? If you would take the money, then you've got no reason to say anything, against the dude. And I think all of us, as long as the government was cool with it, and the government's cool with us using these concepts, if he handed you $1 million, and I'm not saying we've got $1 million, but it's relative. There's potential. You can make money. If we make millions of dollars, then that's where we would credit it to. Who wouldn't take the money? And you wouldn't care. You wouldn't even think about who Bernie Madoff is. Now I could see if it was like Hitler, or something a little more extreme. There might be some ethical stuff in there, but just some con man, some fraud. If the government said go for it, I'd go for it. So I'm not going to get my entry here yet. It's not to say I won't come back up here and tap it later, here in a bit. I'd love to see it fail right here and catch these people going short, and then use that momentum to come back up here, take this liquidity, and then make the final leg down. So I'm going to practice my tool. This is weak. Dink. Dink. Something like that. I got to remember to double click. There we go. If it fails here, that'd be awesome, because I still want to be able to target this, and that would just make this stronger, this pool of liquidity. '06 on ES for extension. So here's my thing. Since you're going to post this, I'll talk about it. I wouldn't have said anything if you didn't post that image. You've got how many instances? So tell me how many instances the '06 area is. How many times it hit that? Okay, so 18 times. Oh, I see the level now. So 18 times it went to '06. That means 82 times it went somewhere else. And that's why I started looking at data differently. It's good that it went, 18 times there. But out of all of these hundreds, the rest of the time it went somewhere else. And sometimes it was very close, 14. And that for me was too much subjectivity. I couldn't work with that. At first I thought this is a huge statistical advantage, right? That it went up here at this time. Most of the time it goes up here. But then when you look at it more big picture, most of the time it doesn't go there. So, and I was targeting that, and it got to the point where, yeah, it just didn't feel right anymore. And the PDAs became more a lot more substantial for me to be able to use and actually incorporate, because I know that those are high probability. I know those are, you know, advantageous to work off of. And sometimes it's just, you know, seeing the forest for the trees kind of thing. I was looking at the forest, and then I started paying more attention to that tree, and I was like, well, you know, it's not what I thought it was. So, and don't get me wrong, there's times when, you know, I got that, and I was very happy about it. Um, but the consistency for me just wasn't where I needed to be. And I can't take those kind of trades. My schedule doesn't work for it anyway. So maybe I didn't do enough work, knowing that I probably wasn't going to be able to trade that as a model effectively. So I'll qualify it with that. It could have been me just as much as anything. There's people out there doing great with it, and I always recommend it as an option for sure. Didn't work out. Well, don't give up. I mean, we even hit. Let's see. Um, so 6 would be down here. I would certainly target that. New day opening gap and new week opening gap around 43.15. Okay, so down here, 43.15. Breaker interfered by FQ long. Yeah, we're kind of like, it's about to be lunchtime, so another fun for the low day on NAS. All right, I'll keep that in mind, Hasnain, for my afternoon stuff, and that might have something to do. We're also in the area of this monthly low too, so I would still probably take this. If this comes up here, I'll still take this. This is still a good trade for me no matter what, especially since this wasn't taken, because I still think there's going to be another push down. Usually when it does this, and there's, if it's going to go the other way, if this was the fake, then a lot of times if it's going to be the second move, it's going to take off. But if it comes down here and does this again, then the odds for the strong reversal are, better and better. So I'm going to give it 7 more minutes. Yeah, I know, Cloud. I mean, trust me, I know. I mean, I was deep into that. And, I mean, you've seen all my videos that I made on it, and I really thought it was magic. But, there were some biases in there, too. I mean, I obviously didn't have the overall success with it that I was hoping. Yeah, I've seen Dave. He's got an awesome market structure course and a teaser video, I think, or maybe that's a free part of the course. That dude kills it. I mean, he's, like really kills it. But I can't afford his course, so I could, but I'm not going to justify paying that much money for something again. I'm getting so much education right now. I'm getting more education right now for free than I would be able to absorb over there. I feel like I'm learning like somebody turned on a fire hose. And so I don't feel the need to go pay anybody anything right now. If I get to a place where I just don't learn it, or I've got it all and it's not working, then I might consider it. But I need to just use what I've got. If I just use what I've got right now, and refine that and make it more mechanical and quicker to find it and make decisions, that's going to give me all I want. This is one on the 1 minute. This one on the 1 minute, lots of confluence that spot, but first it has to get there. Yeah, I can't see 43.34. Yeah, that's exactly where I've got my. That's my target right here. I want 43, 33, 25, and I'll take it. So we're on the same page, boyo. I feel better about this trade already. Crossed fingers. We don't do cross fingers. We attack with certainty, right? We're confident. I know if it gets up in here, my P&L is going to go crazy. And then, I guess since we're talking about afternoon, from here would be the, somewhere down in here, we get consolidation, we get all kinds of stuff through the afternoon. But if what he's saying is true and there's a breaker fair value gap down here, let's see, he said that was at 43.15. Where would I draw my other line? If I put a line at 43.15, Hasnain, where would I put the other one for like a level? You find that begging works better with the trend? Oh man, I've begged before. I've done. I have. I've been like, it's kind of like drinking. When you had too much to drink, you like beg God and you tell him you'll never take another drink. I've been like, oh God, let this turn around here and I'll never violate that rule again, or just this one time, save me. He did save me the other day too, because I took a whopper bad trade, man. This one right here. Uh, I risked my account on this trade right here. If it would have went against me, I would have let it go all the way to zero. So that's. And I was sitting there saying that after I was in it, I knew I couldn't get out of it. And once it started to turn my way, then I was like, well, I'm definitely not getting out of it now. Even at break even, as mad as I was still gonna, I was still gonna get that profit, which is bad thinking. It's bad thinking. Hasnain, are you measuring? I was trying to get that other level for what the boundaries of that breaker would be, or breaker fair value gap area. I don't even know how you found that. What time frame are you on? He's got that super data that goes back. Well, he'll get it. Let me answer this real quick. Well, it'll be a later move if we get it anyway, so that's fine. How's it going, Zero Force? Um, I saw you pop in yesterday, but I never got a chance to, I think, just welcome you and say glad to have you. Phil told me he's been talking to you, says you're really on point. So we will definitely appreciate your experience here and anything you can contribute. Right on. Yeah, he told me you know your stuff. So that's one of the overall goals is to find a way to get you guys in here to where you feel like you're getting something and enjoying the space, because we learned so much from you guys that it's very beneficial. So I like to say I'm the wheels. I got the thing rolling, but you guys are the engine and the horsepower. Okay, my God. Um, so yeah, this would be a good time to, have something else to trade. I always point it out when I'm kind of stuck in a spot. I don't know that I really want any of that right now anyway, but if it brings it, we might look at it. I mean, I've got it over here to trade. It piss poor on the minute though for a swing. Oh, I forgot though. This is really small ticks, so that's not even a point. Or wait a minute, a point is $1,000. A full point, right? Each one of these is $10. Yeah. Now I'm gonna stick with just watching ES. Awesome, Shannon. What did you use? What was your model? What setup did you take? Silverish bullets. Right? I've got a couple of those. Oh, I hear you. Yeah. Silverish. So we're getting to that place where we can draw a box. We got a range here. And just sort of play with that. I took a good one yesterday on this. And it fits my overall plan because I would need a break through here to get up into here anyway. And that's not a terrible distance, but yeah, the more we consolidate here, the happier I would be to take something that breaks the top because I know the bottom is in play. We got a drummer. Fars, are you a drummer? Gotta shut you down. Fars, that's a new name. I don't know that I've seen you here. Welcome. I turned you down. It sounded like you were playing drums. Hey Jesse, did you hear me talking about what I was talking about earlier about the trader battle thing? You were the one that kind of mentioned that up. Yeah. Who was it? Somebody was showing something he did. It was like a competitive thing, and they had challenges, and it was trade related. And I had already thought about something like that earlier, and Jesse said that would be a great idea to do something like that. So I told him to hang on, stay tuned. But yeah, I'm trying to find a way and the best approach to make this a location where people can come stream together, either competitively, friendly challenges for prizes, beef wars. That's what everybody would want to come see, but who's gonna? I don't know. Like I said, I would do it at a drop of a hat just for the fun portion of it and the conquer my fears kind of thing. Walk into the lion's den type stuff, just to do it. But I think it could be fun on different levels. Let's put it like that. We've got members in here we could do stuff with, and then I'd love to try to get some outside interaction from some people who would need a neutral place to come where they could, hash it out. Let's see whose stuff works. And there might be a lot of pressure because you're basically, I don't know. I guess the guy that steps up is the guy that I would respect, whether or not his stuff worked or not. He was willing to put it all on the line. So I'll say it like that. It doesn't really solve anything, but how much confidence do you have in what you're doing? Put it like that. But like I said, there's different levels of fun that could be. So I'm going to try to work on some different options, I guess, and just kind of put it out there and see what we get, you know. And I might even kick it off. I might be like with you guys, come in here and stream with me, and put a prize on it or something. If you beat me, you get a 50K or something eval or something. That'd be the easiest 50K you're ever gonna find too, because anybody in here has got a good chance at beating me. So your odds are pretty good on that. Yeah, I'm talking. I think everybody else hears me. I've been talking for a long time. If they weren't, okay, good. Yeah, check your settings, Yama. I'm texting my wife real quick. Okay, so it's you. Yeah, reset. Okay. Um, yeah, did you hear all that, Jesse? Does that sound something along the lines of what you were thinking or talking about? I know there's all kinds of options, different ways we could do that, but
Yeah, well, the trading floor challenge. I thought there is lots of ways to do it. I think anything you do would probably be super fun.
yeah.
Um, I think what I was thinking about is one thing I like is that there's you had like teams, and so your team. So there's the people that don't like to straight out be the only one on the team. You get a group of people trading, team one or team B, a team silver bullet, team
Oh, okay.
DR,
I
IDR,
gotcha. And
and
then as a
then
group, they make their decisions.
well, as a group, they tally their points. So
Oh, okay.
each person is trading their own thing, or you could, like I said, lots of ways. But each person could have their own trades,
Right.
and then team one is 50 points up, this
I
week,
gotcha.
or team two is, and so out of it, and so you get to kind of collaborate, collude, and try to that kind of a thing.
Yeah, yeah, okay. I hadn't even looked at that angle, but group stuff, yeah. And I'm good at making like brackets and competitive things. I've done a lot of that. I ran Madden tournaments for Madden football online. Um, and I'm always finding myself trying to set up competitions and things like that that make what I'm doing more interesting and more fun. Because it's fun to play Madden, but it's a lot more fun to get these guys that are really good and bring them into an environment where everybody's watching us play and the excitement factor, the all of that. So I could kind of see that with trading. Um, but and I'm sure there's a lot of people that take it a lot more seriously than I do right now, and they wouldn't want to gum up their works with a game, basically. But so it would only be a select type of person, I guess, or in their circumstances that would go for something like that. I mean, I don't expect Vinny and ICT to come in here and thrash it out or anything, but um, yeah, I don't know. Just have to see. Just open up the doors and see who shows up. And I could be like, come on, just come take my money. We're doing it for fun, doing it for enjoyment, and see if I could, maybe goad somebody into it. Yeah, the motorcycle racing was competitive on a different level. I mean, I spent a lot of money to be competitive. That's not something you can just jump into. I thought I had a fast bike, and then went and spent a bunch of money to get a really fast bike, and there was quite a difference. And the one I thought was fast was really, really, I spent a lot of money on that too. So, but once I realized I needed next level, then yeah, that was the grudge bike. She was called, I don't want to give her name. Her name's kind of offensive, but I didn't name it. Had a pimp and two hookers on the tail, airbrushed onto that big tail, and a bunch of pretty, you know, pretty interesting graphics on it. All right, so we're getting up in here into interesting area. This is nice to see. Lots of liquidity down here. So for me, this is A plus territory. I mean, we've already dipped into this quite a bit, and all I would be needing is, I wouldn't even need low right now to get what I want. The fair value gaps that it's making aren't strong. The displacement was not anything crazy. This move feels like it's, you know, not as energetic as it would be if it was like a, you know, silver bullet type thing. On the minute though, no, I should take that back. On the minute, it's pretty solid. On the minute, good break of structure. It did not break this one as far as I'm concerned. I need a body close. That's kind of a gap up and then it come down. So I went short last time. Yeah, I went short here and got stopped out. But I didn't. This came down a little bit. So we're over 50 now. Well, you got to do it. I'm probably not even going to wait for the OTE. Man, that's so bullish though on the 1 minute. I'll give it the CE. And it's hard to do that because if I take the CE, it even feels more bullish. Let's see what patience gets us. I needed 33. I need 33. I mean, 33 puts me where I want to be. So it's 32.25. Don't make me miss this by half a point. All right, 32.50. I'll take it. And if I get stopped out by 2 ticks, I'm done for the day. Or if I lose, I'm done for the day anyway. But I would get on my cash account like I did yesterday. And yesterday I got on my cash account because I hit my daily goal, so it would be a different circumstance. But man, I'm trying so hard to talk myself into this at under 33. 33 isn't even consequent encroachment. 33.25 is. I feel like I'm going to miss this. If it starts heading the other way, then that was the move. I mean, and now I can't take it. I'm 2 or 3 points short again. So I'm being too conservative on these trades that are, to me, this is a more subjective kind of trade because I've got all this area to play with. And on the silver bullet trades, it's just check off the boxes and hit buy. And, you know, I made my box up here. I could have made my box right here, but I chose to make it right here, and because I wanted my stop up here. And it's a matter of personal preference. This probably would have held it. This might have held it. But for some reason, I've got this thing where we'll see if we get support right here. If it pushes back up, it could. But let's just see what it does. Now this would be the balanced, rebalanced, RDRB. It's got the wick on the left side. Or maybe that's on the down. No, he said it's on both ways, up or down. Come on, man, come back up. Come on. Give me one today. Yeah, I mean that's really going to be hard to overtake. It's just not characteristic of the big move and the then this and then another big move. But the market can do what the market can do, so anything's possible. I broke my consolidation box. Honestly, though, I would have taken the trade almost anywhere on here just on the fact that we were on this side of the box. And I wouldn't have, if I was just playing the box and not the 5-minute fair value gap, I would take it anywhere here as the breakout, expecting the reversal.
Order filled. Order working. Order working.
Alright. So we'll see. I can get out cheap today. I call it cheap because I've had days that were just ridiculously bad, screwing around. So this would be the Kraken DR trade, as well as OTE trade, as well as inverse fair value gap trade. There's plenty of reasons for it to turn around. And what I need to do is manage my stop as well as I can. Why is it not showing up on TradingView? I'm on MES. Well, that's really weird. There we go. So it still never really gave me the consequent encroachment. I mean, if I was waiting, I'd still be waiting. I got in at 31. I got in a couple points shorter than I wanted to. Because there's a strong enough confluence here to give me the confidence that it's going to come down. And if it doesn't, then that's just one of them days where it didn't. But everything about this feels good. Yeah, I'm short. Don't go short, Brian. Don't go short. Oh, are you? Okay. It's a good trade. I mean, this is one I mapped out. I could give myself all 7s and 8s for this. Maybe, a little lower because I kind of hitched on my entry. But there's a lot of other mitigating or another contributing factors that tell me it's okay. So if we can get a new low out of this, I need to set my partial and get my partial real quick. 31, 26, 26, 25 pays for my stuff. Oh, I need to cancel that and make it a 2. So I went short. I need to buy.
Order working.
26, 25. No, 25.75 gives me 5 points in a tick. I need to change my stop. Well, I better wait until I get mine.
Order working.
So we'll do it like that, right? Since it's fallen like this, I'm not going to take that kind of loss on this trade. In fact, this is either it or it's not. I'm not going to take a retracement all the way back through that. So I cut my risk down to 2.5 points on this trade. And that's still flexible. I mean, that's my, if I don't touch it again, I'm happy here. But if it did came up here, depending on the energy, if it's in a little consolidation right here, I'd give it a little more room to pop. But if it just starts exploding up, then I'm not going to move it. I take my 2 ticks here to avoid the mental frustration of trying to hit that low if it doesn't want to hit it. This is in a kind of a weak spot as far as all of this goes. So I don't know. there's nothing really there, I guess. It's, it's between two fair value gaps, but it's in one that hasn't been tapped yet. But wait a minute. Why am I down here at 25? No, that's right. I got in at 31. 6 points would be, or 5 points would be 26. I gave it an extra tick for my fees. Yeah, I know you, Brian. You're the, I don't know. Several things came to my mind. I know that one scammer picked you out, so I got to keep my eye on you. And I'm sorry about that. I've been getting DMs from you guys pretty regularly with screenshots of people that are hitting you up for stuff and trying to, get their foot in the door with you. So just stay vigilant. You know what's going on here. And I don't talk like that. I mean, that's so stupid the way these guys come at you, And I banned a guy the other day that I don't know if it was right or not, but it felt like promotion. He had his student link in his Discord user, and it was an expensive course, and he didn't strike me as he didn't strike us as somebody that could be charging like that. It just felt wrong. And when he started talking about 20% flips, I just decided probably not best place. And he's got his own group, he's got his own students, supposedly, all that. And when those people come in here, I'm more leery, I guess, careful, because I don't go over there. I've got my stuff going on here, keeping me plenty busy. If I'm going to try to farm people, I just go on the forums and stuff. I'm not going to go into other people's Discords. And that's usually off trading hours, especially, so. All right, so we're sitting in this bullish 5-minute fair value gap. I didn't really have much heat on that trade. It went up a little bit. Why are my stops messed up? Why is this it? Oh, I set it on the 1 minute. Okay, I see what happened. I set it on the 1 minute. Yeah, I don't want it there. I wasn't looking at the 5-minute fair value gap. So we'll just use, what can I get with 5 points? Can I get the third candle? I can for a tick. So 5 1/4 there, 5 1/4 here, and then we'll just have to see. We'll see what's up. I don't like the time of the day. It's not ideal, but I've come in on other days and saw that I missed everything. Huge move. So I know that there's times that are better than others, for sure. But it seems like you can win just about any time. So we got to pay the price here. We got to have a little, little drawdown. I would have liked to just get that extra tick to close that fair value gap, but is this your cash account? No, I'm on trading. I'm on my Apex. I just link them, and then my stuff shows up on here. And it's movable. Someone was asking me about this, and I told them the other day that I would rather execute on my broker and have it showing on TradeAvate rather than creating the orders over here. And I don't know that it matters, but when I just used to use TradingView, I saw slippage that was just, really, really bad. And maybe it just seems slower. I always tell you guys this moves a lot slower than my TradeAvate platform. The feedback on the price action is a lot better. And I always felt like I was getting screwed. It was usually went against me rather than for me. So I still get the benefit of being able to move stuff around and look at it. You can't drag it off of your order like you could if you were executing the other way around, placing your orders on TradingView. But the bracket orders on this are not near as powerful as the ones on the standard platforms. So that's another benefit I'm hoping to capitalize on. So here's that wick on the left side. We'll see if that's a RBRD pattern, then this would be good. Next leg down, well, we'll see. I'm hoping. I feel good about it. I mean, I'd give myself high marks on this trade. If I was still holding here, I never, my initial thesis was to wait on consequent encroachment, and I went back on that and I pulled it to here. I could have saved myself a little heat by just taking the fair value gap entry itself with a tick, but only 1 point, but that would have given me, and I use the, if I save something here, I use it here, because I've been stopped out so many times by a tick or two or a point that if I have it, I'll use it. I'm fine with 5 points. There's nothing that can happen here that's going to make me feel any kind of way. So it either does what it's supposed to do, or what I hope it does, or it goes against me, and that's just it. That's the market. And it's such a, I say it a lot, but this is such a different way, a better way for me to trade, all the way around, psychologically. There's no anxiety. There's just, it either happens or it doesn't. I have no control, but my score is going to be good. I'm consistent. I was patient. I think I mapped it out well as far as my expectations. I was looking for a 3-punch down, another bottom. And then who knows after that, but usually the move back up on the second one is more aggressive if it's going to keep going. You don't get as much of this. It's a great silver bullet entry, as a matter of fact. It just takes off. So I kind of feel like with the rejection, the resistance, everything we've had right here, it's good. I'm tempted to minimize my risk, because if it breaks this at this point, I feel like it would be all the way. So that got me 2 points, 2.25 points back if it does go against me. And I'm still giving it the fair value gap with enough to wick through. But again, once it moves back up here, I'll reevaluate, and if I want to take that back, I will. I reserve that right. Because if it gets right up here and kind of stalls and sideways, then this is to stop the big move up where it just pushes and takes off. I don't want to be caught in that. But if it works its way very slowly up here and it could resist off of here, then I would go ahead and maybe give it a little bit more room. But this is my worst case scenario. It turns against me with energy. I'll save myself 2 points. Kind of want to get back into green, There was no fair value gap created here, so that's amazing for this candle that wasn't created. We've banged up this fair value gap right here pretty good. A lot more than we have this one. So if we can get back down, this could have just been part of the inducement and, still have the move. Because you can get big candles that don't mean it's going, all the way. That's what we had right here. Had that right here. Came back almost all the way down. So I'm going to let it play out for a minute. I'm going to go take a break. I'll be right back. Everything's on autopilot right now. There's no way it'll touch one and go reach the other by the time I get back. Well, that was disappointing. I always have this big anticipation when I come back that it's going to be like my my partial's already hit and it's halfway to my final take profit. Oh well. So we got to fade a little more heat, but again, if you use the fib, we expect 79. I'm just a hair above 79. So yeah, I mean the stop's in the best place, no matter what. It's since I started keeping my scores and stuff, it's as important to me to score well as it is to win. And it kind of takes some of the edge off of losing as well if I score well in a loss. It tempers that, emotional reaction or fatigue or whatever. So this is good. And that was also, wait, 1235. Yeah, well, on the hourly we took that a long time ago, so. There's nothing really holding it up here. So this feels like it was the liquidity swipe from this area here. It could go either way. It's just what it is. And actually, I don't know. I don't know that I would just get out with 2 losses today, because that's going by what a lot of other people suggest. But I've had a lot of success just sticking with my plan and coming back and ending up killing it in the afternoon. So since I went down to micros, it's not as impactful. The losses aren't near as impactful. I could stand, I could take 12 straight basically before I'd be out of the game. So I'm trying to be responsible, but I don't want to limit myself at the same time unrealistically or for reasons that aren't really sound. I think people that have to have a 2-loss limit, maybe that's something that for them is a trigger, or I don't know. But I always feel like as long as I'm taking A+ setups, there's no reason to stop. And this to me is an A+ setup. So I just, I can't control the outcome. That's the only part about it. And it's generated a good bit of liquidity for the move down, and that makes me want to maybe change this, because the more of this it does, the more strongly I feel about the down move, which makes me feel more inclined to give it a little bit more room, give it my initial. I'm going to go back to my initial stop. Because if you look at it, there is liquidity up here, but there's been liquidity created here, a big pool of it here, and a bunch of it there, and we're bearish on the market. So I want to make sure that if there's a good push up as a final stab, a final inducement, that I don't get triggered out on that, and I could have right here. So again, staying with my initial limit, but using the candle by candle analysis. And as I'm processing information, different things are coming to me about probabilities, and as price moves, probabilities change. Yeah, sure. The CPI, FOMC stuff, and NFP are the ones that really drive, make huge sweeps at the release. But you can trade those days. Those are still really good days to trade if you just wait. Excuse me. Let the initial volatility pass, and then catch the sweeps that come afterwards, because it makes nice range liquidity. It's a seek and destroy kind of thing. It would come back and take both of these out in the same, like in PM. If you went into the PM session looking like this and you had your moves, you could expect it to still come up and maybe take both of them. It's just an excuse to really make the market move. Everybody pushes that one, but I like this one. Check them both out, and I like this one because it's very customizable as far as all of them you can filter. Like I've got it on filter level 2 right now. If I just filtered level 3, it would show us you'll find your NFP in here somewhere. Here's NFP right here. Here's FOMC right here. And CPI inflation rate stuff is right in here. So the other stuff, even though it's red folder, you might get a 2 candle move swing, and then it just kind of goes back to what it was doing. But the NFP, the FOMC, and the CPI, and I don't know why it's here's CPI, core price index. But you can pick your countries. If you're doing Asia, you can throw China and Japan on here, whatever, real easily. If you're doing Forex, you can do the Euro area. And then you can also filter out all this stuff. And here's what's really good about it is the historical stuff. Like when I'm back testing, I can go back months and months and months to filter out the level 3 news, so I know what days they were on. I can go forward a month. I can do custom ranges for the news. So this one to me is just more robust, I guess. Simple is good too, but since I use it for more than just my daily trading stuff. And that's in the resources. I've got that as a resource thing. So I'm feeling pretty good about moving. I was a tick or so above the fair value gap. I reevaluated for a potential sweep here. Still very, very bearish. And because of the liquidity that was created here, my bias down has gotten stronger, which made me want to give it a little bit more breathing room. I won't move it from here because this is really the ideal place for where we're at right now. Obviously, up here would be great, but we still have this could still be a failed swing in line with what we're seeing, and a nice move down. I don't need the fib anymore. I know, and see, it tapped the OTE perfectly to the tick. I mean, it doesn't matter how far I expanded it, that went right to the tick to where I needed it to go, or I expected it to probably draw to at the maximum. So none of this was reason for concern when you have this OTE area on your, because the retracements are what go against us, and we never know how far it's going to go or what to expect. And for me, using this now has just taken all the the yuck out of the trade, because I'm fine. This is okay. There's no reason to think anything. Now if we start, if we get another one, well, then my odds go down substantially, I think. But right now it's set up for a good short. I would take this all day, every day. I can't get any more confluence than I have on this trade, I don't think. It's everything I want as far as direction, PDA support, fib agreement, liquidity, location of liquidity, And if I just take these trades, you know, regardless of what happens here, my odds overall really go up. If this was all I was taking was this kind of confluence, I would win, you know, a lot more than I lose. We got a gap imbalance, volume imbalance right there, a little bit on the 5 minute. Maybe also here we created a 1 minute to the downside, so that's positive. Good displacement on the 1 minute. If that second fair value gap, oh, it already did create 2 fair value gaps. So we have two fair value gaps in our favor over here. But it's lunchtime too, so that's kind of concerning. Because as lunchtime ends up, that's when you can get the stuff that sweeps your levels, and this would be a lunchtime high now. But I'm at, I have given it a 1.5, which is plenty for a good sweep on that. If you start going up anymore, then there's just nothing to do but pick locations that are based on structure, and if you do that, then you know you go from here to here pretty quick because you really don't want to lose. You already went farther than you should have. The higher you go, the more you want to win, the less you want to lose, and it causes you to act differently. Like I won't act the same way here as if price got up here and I was losing. It would give me a completely different set of emotions, a different psychological path, and that leads to irrationality. So doing this and sticking by it is my way of combating what I used to do that would win occasionally, but would bust my ass sometimes too. It's not worth the ass bustings. Put it like that. Hey Rowan, yesterday when I flipped over to show that Metallica stuff while I trade, when I went to make that video, they gave me a copyright notice. Just a little bit of Guns N' Roses and a little bit of Metallica flipping through real quick was enough for their algorithm to pick it up. It didn't stop me from posting it, but it's a notice that I got. Right? Oh, I can show you what it looks like too. So right here, it gave me this little copyright thing. Because while I was recording, I took it up here and went to a previous video where I had some music playing, and the music was, you know, too much for them to handle. Yeah, they did allow it. Okay, JP, take care. Thanks, man. They allowed it, but I guess it's a way of letting me know that if somebody wanted to, they could come back on me or, you know, do something. I don't know. So checking names, D. Lee, possibly been in here before, but I don't recognize the hockey guy. Welcome if you haven't been. Greek Bear, good to see you back. And good to see everybody back, obviously, but I think that's about it. So, yep. I'm starting to recognize everybody. Oh, demonetized? Well, I'm not monetized on anything, so that's fine. They can keep their $2. Penalty box? Okay. Sounds like you know about that copyright violation stuff there, Shannon. What's up with that? All about it, yeah. So unfortunately, now we're building a box that's a little bit closer to my stop. Whether I can stand the 1.5 of the break This is a good candle here because it swept all of this, so it doesn't necessarily need to, but I'm just aware of the fact that as we go sideways, we're building liquidity on both sides again. Most of it's to the downside. I just don't know if this is enough to handle the fake, the inducement. And there's no way to know. There's no way to know, so there's no reason to push. I either get it or I don't. Only bad things can happen, at a more substantial level if I do push. So the loss can be a lot stronger against me in my mind if I push. The win doesn't get any sweeter, honestly. And it's not worth the juice isn't worth the squeeze. All of my videos are not actually violation cover music, but they demonetize me anyway. Yeah. I don't doubt it. So I don't like it when it hangs around on the upside, but that's just part of it. What I like doesn't have anything to do with it. If it was everything I liked, it would be too easy. So getting used to the feeling of uncertainty, that's part of it. That's why you just do all you can do. You set everything up ahead of time to minimize all of your doubts and things that make this difficult. If you get them all out of the way and get the trade in, then it's sit back and does it play out, does it not play out. But I don't like them when they're makes me think about it more than I have to. I'd rather already be into something else or taking my break, because it's 1 o'clock, almost 1 o'clock. So it's macro time right now, 11:50. So this could be, if it makes a big push up right here, that would be in line with time. But it could also, rip the other way. So I like the comfort zone. I like a little buffer, I guess. I have it right now until we come up above the OTE. And if we get a close above the fair value gap, then it starts to be more irritating. There we go. So we need it to come up through here. We plan on it coming up through the box. And that if that's it, that would have been the sweep. So I'm in the right place. If it goes farther than that, then I probably need to be out of the trade anyway, because there's nothing after that that tells me that the odds are better for me, or so you see I've moved my stop a couple times to adjust for these potentialities. If it works, then that's the experience that this gives me is why I do this. This is it's not driven by anything but what I've seen happen and what seems to be a pattern to me. And that's why journaling is good. That's why keeping track of your stuff is good. Little notes like this, little lesson lists. It tells me kind of when to react a certain way and what to look for. And as I get better, I'm able to process that information and actually use it live, when I need to use it. So, and I'm noticing that it's getting better. I'm able to grab more stuff to use. And since I survived this push, everything here was good. If I don't survive it, then it's only gonna cost me basically a tick, because I was fine with expected this and didn't move my stop, so I would pay for another tick of tuition, I guess. I'd like to see I'd like to see it come hang around down here for a little while, you know? Come play down here. Why can't you bounce around down here and give me the thought that you're about to dump instead of sitting right on my neck up here, right? But from right here, a lot more reason to go down than go up. That's basically, you know, I feel like I'm on the right side of the trade. Um, but that's not always enough, you know, as we know, so. It's just as right to be right about it as it is to feel right about it. That's a good way to say it. You know, if you feel right about the trade, you can go either way and not have it affect, you know, overall mindset. But if you don't feel right about the trade and you stay in it or you make it worse, then you're really setting yourself up for bad things. So we really don't have any room now to, you know, make another high. And the longer it goes sideways here, then sort of I'll feel my odds are lessening if we don't get to push down here. Because consolidation generally means trend direction a lot of times. Not always, but. And who's to say? I mean, it fell so much today. You know, this could be the move to come back up here by PM. We could already be in it, so who knows? This is be a really weak DR confirmation if it doesn't come back down here and give us at least 0.5 with this big of a range. Hopefully if it dumps, it dumps quickly. I did it in Tradebait, so like when I make my order, it's set at 40. When I make the initial order, excuse me, I'll create the order and I'll create my stop loss at the same, at 4. And then I'll change this to 20 and I'll come down here and I'll make a take profit and a final target. And then what I need to remember to do is when the take profit is taken, I need to go back up here again and change this back to a 2. Because I'm out 2, I've only got 2 left. And if I don't do that, then it'll leave me 2 running when it hits this point. And it's done that and it's really frustrating. I mean, really frustrating. And then once it's, you know, since I have them linked, once I can do that, then it's easy to play with it over here. And just kind of leave that screen alone unless I want to mark it out. I can't mark it out from here, I don't think. Yeah, I can't because I'm on multiple accounts. Or not mark it out. Well, market cancel, you know, exit and market at market price. So let's get a break of structure here and a close. At least on the minute. It doesn't mean anything because we've had it before, but, you know, lunch is over. And this is a frustrating place to be because I feel like I could still get ticked out here and it could still come this way. So I really want it to dump from here. There's plenty of reason for it to fall. Plenty of reason. Very little reason for it to go up unless the target is to continue going up. Time-wise for the market, it needs to start coming down here and sweeping this. If eventually it wants to come back, it's not going to leave this all down here. And And I'm always tempted to, get out here when I'm in this situation because I know I can't stand another push, and I start thinking, should I take the break even, or let it ride? I could bring it down some, but I probably will if we get a fair value gap here, especially on the 5. We got a nice one on the 1 if it holds. This was not quite hourly liquidity. He didn't take it. Otherwise, I'd already be in the 30-second model. That was 11:05. Yeah, so we didn't get an hour yet. 11:05. So we still haven't created a 1 minute fair value gap, but there we did. Yep, now we do. But we didn't get one on the 5. That's unfortunate. So it can go a couple different ways. The lunchtime highs and lows are in play. When it comes down here, if it breaks the box, it had a nice break out the top. If this wins, this might be start being my my A setup, close to A plus, because I seem to be using this well. I'm getting a lot of confidence with it as far as predictive, So we tapped below. Now here's what we'll know if this was the fake and this is the move. We've still got to push through this, but we've already almost done it, so that's good. Wow. That was interesting price action. Something just kicked into play. It went from down here green. I wonder what's going on. So 1 o'clock, what was the news? I don't show anything at 1. Oh, Bowman's speech is at 1:30. Yeah, it kind of depends on where I'm at for that. I mean, if I'm in profit, I'll take it. If it's questionable, I might get out because just the reaction could throw me out. That's not good. That's not good at all. A break on both sides can mean a push back up. Took liquidity, faked. Took liquidity, faked, and then another push up. That's not what I wanted to see for sure. The 1 minute fair value got closed. Good momentum up. Yeah, screaming up, up, up. Not good. Fair value gap. So, I mean, I could have took, 10 or 15 bucks down here if I end up losing. And that's something I need to, factor in when it's best to do that. It hurts the drawdown a little bit to go into profit and then lose. You actually lose more than your initial 5 points. So that's something that's you got to consider, which really sucks. I mean, if it comes down here, you don't get to a partial or a place where you would normally break even. Say you pick up 2 or 3 points down here, and then it goes against me, then it's an 8-point loss. And I don't, you just have to deal with that. Part of the deal. So if it comes down now, there's not a lot of reason other than, you know, keep coming. You can kind of say the same thing up, though. There's no close proximity of liquidity. So again, I can't make myself take break even on this because I just still feel like I have everything in my favor, and this is part of shaking people out that are in the right side of the trade. That's where you get like mitigation stuff, because they're wanting to get out of a position, and at that level is where most of them do it. So I'm in it to win it. So this was the Judas maybe. Usually the last leg fake is the manipulation. All this can look like manipulation, but if it takes off down here, then this was the actual manipulation, the manipulative part of this area of consolidation, and then it follows through with its eventual move. So we should close through this time to at least come down here and attack this stuff. And a partial wouldn't have been a terrible idea right there. But there's nothing below it, so I'm believing it will come down more so I can get my 5 points. And I gotta figure out here. So we'll take the candle. So it gave me oh, that was my modifying. Okay. So this was a level, but it's not anymore. No, that's the DR low. Okay. So yeah, I wish I would have had my partial there. I'm gonna take the partial.
Order filled.
I want to get money from this, no matter what. And we'll do that like that. So it's screaming back up.
Stop filled.
Alright, so
Order filled.
this piece of shit, man. God bless it. It kept going. It kept going against me. Even after this kept on moving. It should have been this. For some reason, you know what? I got to get out of TradingView, I think. For some reason, this account here is the only one that's acting like it should have. This is the only one that gave me credit for that win. And I lost everything I gained on the other 9 accounts. Son of a bitch, man. So that would have been a fine... that would have been a fine trade. I took the partial, I was at the break even, and the amount that it went against me was enough to... Why does it do that? It shouldn't matter if I'm on TradingView though, because I'm looking at it on Trade-of-8. I mean, that's where it's supposed to be triggering. Well, it's not a huge deal. It was kind of like a break even. I mean, it wasn't like I lost 2 trades on that, but still, it's frustrating. I'm kind of right where I was before I started all that, and I expected to get some back. So this is everybody covering their shorts, right? This right here. All the people that saw the volume imbalance, saw the liquidity. Plenty of stuff to see. And I wasn't even really paying attention to my 1 minute chart either. Wasn't paying attention to this fair value gap down here. Right, Cloud, yeah. The slam up will usually come before the push down. And watch, you know, this will, there might be something going on with that news. I don't know. It doesn't hit until another 20 minutes, so if he's not talking yet, then I don't understand how that would affect the news. Going back in. I'm tempted. I feel like that was just a huge shakeout. Yeah, you got right in between it, Boyle. Yeah. We'll see if this high gets taken. I don't feel like it pushed up that high not to take this high from here. If it comes back up here, I'll look for entry criteria to go the other way. And we got to be careful because a lot of times it's that bias that when it decides it's going to go long and you stay in a bearish bias, you can lose trade after trade. You know, it doesn't have to break market structure. You know, it can be on its way to breaking market structure, and you can be getting tapped, you know, all the way up until it does, and then you're like, oh, well, now we're bearish. Well, it would have been better to figure that out sooner. This is probably moot right now because of this. I'm texting. Yeah, I don't want any part of this right now. That move was. I'm going to go ahead and call it until 1. And I'll come back for my normal, or 2. I'll come back for my normal 2 to 4. I'm using TradeAbate's free copier. I didn't start having that problem until just recently. And it doesn't even show the line for the move that was. It only shows 2 moves. But those 4 contracts were broken into 3. Like, here's the partial. Here was my break even, right? Obvious. But it ran up to here on the other one before I was able to get out, before I noticed it. I just saw the thing running against me. And yeah, that would have been a nice win. Even with this, I would have rather had that. But it's not showing where the other one canceled. When I exited market, there should be another line up here somewhere, and there's not. So I don't know why it's only taking me partially out. And it may have only taken me out of 1 here, for all I know. That might be it too. Wait a minute, I can calculate that real quick. I went in at 43, 27, 6. It wasn't 2. Oh, this would have been 4 down to here. Took 2 off, and 2 went all the way back up against me to here, and then I don't know what was still taking me negative here. But it wiped out all my profit. I was like at a minus 104, and then this one, this is where I should be on the 62.90 on this one right here. For some reason, this is the one. My lead account is the one that exited when it was supposed to, and did everything it was supposed to. The other 9 accounts, for some reason, acted stupid, which makes me wonder if, because I know when you're using TradingView, it's only showing you your lead account. Yeah, I'll have to look into it a little bit. I got to get this figured out. I can't, I'm already talk about how it doesn't take much to make me act stupid. And I feel like I'm getting control of that. But if I have to go through this over and over and over, eventually I'm going to go to minis and I'm going to load up and I'm going to get all this money back. Right? Yeah, Shannon, I was having this problem a little bit at home too, because I've been doing this kind of TradingView thing, linking them for a while now. And it's been happening, but yeah, it doesn't help if the platform's against the trader, right? I got enough things to worry about. I'm in my right group. I've got my right lead account. All my groups are configured right. I don't know, man. All right, well, I'm calling that a win on my trade tracker, and I'll have to somehow do the math on that because that 62.90 is where I'm supposed to be, and here will probably be, it could go either way. After seeing this, there's nothing here I could have confidence in. I still feel it's bearish, but I want to make sure I give myself some breath and air. Doing okay, Mooncakey. Had an issue with my platform on the last trade. Turned a win into a loss. Well, it turned a win into a loss on 9 of the accounts, but I won on 1 of them. So how that happens, I don't know. And I definitely need to figure that out before I try to take these to PAs. Because if this was my money, that would have hit me a little harder, I think. And that's true, because when I was in the PAs and I was dealing with things, it did hit me a lot harder. I'll have to call them, I guess. I'm going to have to test it now. I'm going to have to test it with the no TradingView integration. Turn that off. And see if I still get it. It sucks for you guys a little bit, but well, I can bring the screen over every once in a while and just kind of show you, what's going on, but I can't have a lot of that going on. Yes. So if you buy it at 80% off, your monthly fees are 80% off also. Performance account. PA is performance account, I believe. So I could have been back in. I saw someone else talking about they got back in because it was still valid. I guess this was so uncharacteristic to me that I didn't agree. If this wouldn't have been here, yes, definitely. Would have definitely got in with a really tight stop, and especially since it didn't break. But because of this here, and we're 10 minutes away from that speech, PA accounts are expensive. Yeah, they are, but you know, um, one trade pays for quite a few of them, a month's worth. One good trade. All right, so I'll be back in 40 minutes. I'm gonna get some lunch and chill a little bit. Let this nasty feeling wear off a little bit. Try to come back, fresh for this afternoon. And I'm gonna get this back this afternoon. That's all there is to it. I'm getting it back. Not going out like a punk. I see people typing, and I don't know if it's for me or not. Yeah, after something like this, I want to walk away. It wasn't my typical type of law. I was fine with the loss up until all of that happened. So, all right, I'll be back. All right. So yeah, I'm not surprised to see that it went just where I was figuring it would go, but I thought about it while I was gone and came up with the idea that I had said I would get back in on this if it wouldn't have been for this. So under normal circumstances, I have to feel like I didn't fail on that, but I think that gave me reason to pause. And having just taken a really uncomfortable loss that was a win, and then I'm not sure what happened, I thought best against it. But yeah, I knew this was probably going to be what I'd come back to. That's usually how it works. When you come back, it's what you didn't want to see. And I had something marked out earlier. I hope I didn't delete it. Is Hasnain still in here? Nope. He gave me some levels. I wonder if I go back far enough. No. Different time frame, maybe? Well, I kind of got them there, so. Anybody hear me? Just double checking. Yep, okay, good deal. I think what possibly happened was when I made those partials, because I got into the trade, I'm not sure that I changed my stop back to a 2. Because remember, it took forever to get down to where my partial was. Yeah, you can hear that? Housekeepers. They're up there vacuuming. Totally lost my train of thought. Dang it. Well, it wasn't that important then. Hopefully they're not at it too long. So, any new faces? I saw a bunch of people coming in. No, I don't see any. I'm curious if there was a 30-second model in here anywhere. Not really. Not on the 5. I would have been looking on the 1 for the liquidity. Yeah, maybe right here. 30-second entry. Hour push. Nothing clean on the 5-minute. But then you've got consolidation. You've got a final purge right here of this short-term liquidity. So you go over here to look for the first 30-second fair value gap, which would have been this one. With this much energy, I probably would have taken this one. And with the points I had, I think I could have caught enough of both of them to make it work. So say we took it anywhere in here, 19 to 23.50. It would have been close, depending on where I took it. If I let it come back a little bit, I could have got 5 points on that. Yeah, you got it, Mason. Does that make sense though for the 30-second model for those that are looking at it? People have been asking me for that video, and all of that. So when there's an hour purge of liquidity, I think he said 15-minute too, but I've just been using the hour. I want to make sure it's solid. So hour purge of liquidity, you drop over to the 5-minute and you look for a swing area to be broken. So if you're short wanting to go long, you're wanting to see a final little purge to the downside. There's nothing really here. And they said go into the minute, and on the minute you've got the same little consolidation right here, and then you've got this final purge here. And you might have even could have taken this one across this, but you still would have caught the same fair value gap. Either one of them worked. That purge would have worked, or that purge would have worked, because you would have been waiting for something over here. So this is the minute, purge liquidity, go to the 30-second, and it's cleaner on the 30-second. But like I said, you might have taken this one, but there was no fair value gap to enter on. So there was nothing until the final purge of this short-term liquidity right there. And then first fair value gap, really energetic move, take the second fair value gap. If you can get both, that's great. But a really energetic move, a lot of times this is going to be all you get. So, and then that would have went for however much, 4.5. Oh, that's weird. Oh, I'm on the 4-hour, that's fine. Well, it still show up. 20-ish? I don't know. Yeah, Boyo, you got those balanced price ranges. Fair value gap to fair value gap. Like right there. So this could have been another one. Like I said, in the trend, you know, if you take them, you'll be wrong eventually, but it's got S&P 500 on it, FX Replay. If you use the SP 500, it's basically the same thing. Yep. All questions answered. Right? That's one of the things I put, I know I was promoting the Discord some kind of way, and I was like, all questions answered. But yeah, I mean, if nothing else, this site is going to be good for that, because there were so many times when I just wanted to go somewhere and get a question answered about anything. And I didn't want to be that guy always popping in asking questions, you know, so I wouldn't do it anywhere where I was in a Discord. I didn't know a ton of traders. And when I tried to figure out what the things were that I needed, and, you know, that ended up being one of them, so. And then I got more people in here answering my questions than I know what to do with, so it really worked out good. Yeah, and there's different, like Tradeovate has a back test. It's a replay feature, but it lets you do all the bracket orders, all the testing. You know, it's just not very. I don't know. It's like I get to a place where I know I want a back test on TradingView, and then I go set it up on Tradeovate. You can't. It's, you know, it's an extra step. So on the 1 minute, this was a strong silver bullet. You know what? If it was strong, That's interesting. If it was strong, then this would be an entry. Lots of displacement. The trend is making me hesitate. Would I have taken it here? Yes, if it would have tapped that. But the fact that it went up and came back is influencing my choice now. From testing, I actually kept track of how many candles the retest was on. And it was weird because it would go way, way beyond and it would touch it and it would work. I just didn't get anything solid on it, I guess, is what I'm saying. I know I had losses after it was, 5 or 6 candles up and then just came back down, like here it would have came back down. But when it's this far away, where are we at anyway? 17. Man, I want to take that.
Order filled.
Alright, so I took it. I would have taken it here, and I want to just see. I'm going to have a real tight stop down here somewhere. I'll probably just mark it out if it drops down there. I mean, that's the trade I would have taken on the silver bullet anyway. And I don't know how much difference it makes coming back this far away. And if I would have taken it here, I don't have a reason not to, because a lot of times it comes back here and then takes off. So tight stop, 2 points. It's funny because I went back and looked at it and I was like, well, that's the trade. It broke market structure, fair value gap. Here, this will tell the tale right here. It's acting squirrely. Definitely a level. Give me the wah, wah, wah. I can take it. Oh, it didn't stop me out. How funny. Oh, that's why it didn't stop me out. I made the line, but I didn't create the stop. Alright, let me see if that's karma.
Order filled.
Yeah, I got out. I'm sitting there watching it bounce on the line and thinking it didn't stop me out. So yeah, there's no way on this silver bullet. Yeah, I was fine trying to go long, higher time frame. Well, I don't know. That's the candle that closed on it. It would have just been a wick at this point. But I didn't come over here and look either, so I jumped the gun on that. Yeah, I think this is probably the 4 hour here. It's just so, yeah. That's the 4 hour there. It was marked, I just didn't. Didn't pay attention. So it's actually, it is showing up on the 4-hour. I can get rid of that. Oh, they're all showing up now. I just need to reset the screen. So yeah, I mean, that was an okay long. I had confluence on a couple, which honestly would have been enough with the criteria that I had. Obviously these would have been nice too, but I can't wait for all 5 or 4 of them a lot of times. So if this does move from here, I'd just like to know how much more I would have had to possibly fade. So 15.25, a full 1.25. No, well, I would have been, I was 2 ticks under. So a point. I told Hasnain the other day, sometimes, I learned that sometimes, when I started with like a tick over something, I found that I was getting stopped more than if I would have been 2 ticks. So, like, I had room there to play. I probably should have just used my stop. I mean, I should have used the same stop I would have on a silver bullet trade instead of trying to play at 2 points. There was really no reason to change. I think I had tight stop in my head because I said that, and then I just went with a tight stop. Usually I will give it more area. Right. Yeah, so I'm hesitant right now. I mean, I'm kind of leaning towards waiting. I like the end of the day, last part of the session type stuff. This is all going to be a lot of fakery leading up to something usually. So I'll start trying to track what the liquidity looks like. Start measuring the draw for the last portion of the session. I got one more trade in me, and I want to make it a good one. This first one was a good one until this happened. Everything was going my way. I would have rode that baby down. Man, that's so frustrating. When's the last time we saw price action like that where it just blipped? And it was before the news. This might be characteristic of the news, right? Could be. I mean, we're already seeing it though before the news, so I don't know. Large daily gap from the 8th and 9th of September. Okay. I haven't started keeping daily gaps yet. $43.02. So kind of close to this fair value gap here. Like about midway between it and consequent encroachment. the little one anyway. So I had that other draw on liquidity way down here. So the first retracement is a pretty easy trade to make because you expect, you know, like I said, this is very rarely going to be the bottom. And, you know, another one that met good criteria, kind of expect that too after a move like this. Now we've had our third kind of good pullback. So now it becomes, I'm not as confident in these trades down here, especially if they start with a big punch. Because I am expecting, you know, an eventual substantial reversal. And if I try to take the retracement on the fourth or fifth leg, you know, I think the odds are, you know, against me at that point. And it's just my feeling. I mean, they can go, you know, it can go till Friday, and I'd just be wrong. But always trying to measure, you know, what I'm comfortable with, what I think is right. Again, because if I get that feeling about this and then I take the trade anyway, I'm going against my gut. I'm going against what I think is right, basically. So I need to establish what's right. And that's why I spend a lot of time just looking at it and trying to calculate my next trade plan, what it would look like. And it always depends on what's going on here. You know, the silver bullet isn't as appealing to me right now. Partially because I just took a hard fake. And I can't even say the wick really had nothing to do with it either. I mean, sometimes I use the wick for, you know, a little better indicator, but I still would have taken it on that displacement even with the wick. That's really just a little retracement and then a big punch. So I would have still taken that if hindsight was 2020. That didn't work. Yeah. If that's all I saw, there's my breaking structure. I would have taken it. And I don't know if the fact that it went away and came back so far later had anything to do with it at all. Because like I said, I've seen it win plenty of times like that as well. So here's another opportunity. Break the structure. It's not a 3 punch yet. It could be a 2 or a 3 push or whatever, but 16. I could get this one for 3 points if it hits consequent encroachment right here. I normally don't count that as a swing. I don't know. So I asked somebody the other day, and they said that was not a swing. Ideally, it doesn't come back down here because then I have to make a decision, a snap decision. There's a nice volume imbalance, gap imbalance. Close the bearish fair value gap. Another liquidity purge. 2 of them. This one and then this one. So that kind of makes it a 3. We're still in the higher time frame PDAs. Yep. 3 of them. Yeah, I have to take it. If it comes to me, I'm going to take it. And you know, if it fails again, then that's something I need to adjust to on. You know, I would go get the range of this trend and start tracking the magnitude of the trend that lowers the effectiveness of the silver bullet. I mean, that's just, if I collect that data, then that just gives me more, you know, opportunity to take the best trades at the best time.
Order filled.
All right, so consequent encroachment.
Order working.
So 1625. I've given it 3 1/4. Give it the same point. I'm still under 5 at 4 1/4. But I used the amount that was initially pushed through right there. It came back again too, but if this doesn't count as the third one and it drops back again, I want to be ready for it. But I'll also watch this. You know, I want to see how, if it comes through. I've got this PDA, this PDA, this PDA. There's actually 3 PDAs there. So it would give me, I'm going to go to my 2 ticks and 3 PDA rejection. That's the way Kraken does it. I've been down here enough to be okay. But because it's been kind of a crappy day, that adds a little bit to it. I want the win more than I normally would, I think. But I don't think I'm chasing it. As long as I'm taking my criteria. Why is my stuff not showing up? Oh, because I'm on MES. Oh, and there's the lines. Okay. God, all this switching around. Yeah, I'll hang it up on this one. I'm not gonna fight it that hard. So that rule that he has is if he has, like he was in a Kraken DR trade, if you get 3 of these violated, then that counts as, you know, a pretty substantial. And since I'm so close to my stop anyway, I'm just gonna leave it there. That's a point. But that's something he found in back testing, that after the third, and that might be a ICT also thing. That may be where he got it. I'm not for sure, but so I don't like the equal bottoms. That screams for, you know, come back and get me. That's at 1350. I'd only have 2 ticks to give it. It just really doesn't want to make up its mind, does it? But now we got all the, you know, the momentum to the downside. Here's now a bearish imbalance. I should make partials right now just to test that thing and set them both here. Wow.
Stop field.
Wow. Well, now it's going to go up with that. Man, that's twice I've been hit hard. And what are you going to do? You know, I can't chase it. If that is the third one, then I don't know. Yeah, that would have counted. Because that took this. This took this. This took all of this. Right, yeah, exactly. It's just too strong of a trend today. I mean, you know, starting with this. So the pullbacks are going to be, you know, deeper. It's all good though. This is you know, tuition. Learning, you're either learning or earning. That's what Pump C says. You just keep losing out of your vocabulary. If you're learning or earning, you're moving in the right direction. So this is really tricky because if this takes off with no fair value gap, I'd be shocked. But part of me wants to be right and see it come back down here. I don't want to be, had gotten faked on this one and just didn't have my stop deep enough because I had played with that a little bit. I don't think I was down at 12 though, so I don't think that decision hurt me in any way. Yeah, this is ugly. It was probably early too. I think maybe that statistic I talked about the other day about the high forming at a certain time generally isn't the high. And I was banking on the low being the low with an hour and a half still to go. Huh, it rhymes. The low being with the low. Hour and a half to go. It's just not showing me anything. So if I go back and really split hairs, I've talked before about wanting my displacement to be through the swing in a single candle, or at that point to break it. I didn't do that here. So I don't know if I was looking at this. No, it still didn't break it. Yeah, I see that, Greg. I know. That's every time I watch a structure video, I get more out of it. I watched some of them a few times. That Dave Teaches has a good one. T-Trades has a good one. And there's another, an FX guy, I think. I can't remember his name. Greg something maybe, or I don't remember. But there's three of them. And then ICTs too. I went through his. But I feel like they're really important. I mean, the swings tell you something, and you know, we need every clue we can get, every signal we can get, and getting them right is important. Normally, once I start looking at something, I'm wrong for a while. Like when I'm dealing with these breaker blocks and stuff, um, trying to catch them live. If I take my time and go back through, it's easier because I'm kind of checking off the boxes in my head. But when I try to do it in the market, I'm not as good. Yeah, I don't want nothing to do with anything right now. This is just trash. I don't even have an idea right now. But you know, also I've gotten popped twice now trying to go against the trend instead of waiting for my shorts, right? It's like I don't know. The ideas sometimes that I need isn't the one that pops in my head, and second best I'll sometimes take for some reason. I mean, I wouldn't have even got a trade if I was waiting on some kind of a, you know, what about on this one? If I did it on the 1 minute, so this would have been my trade right here. If I was thinking, staying with my bias, passing on anything long. So this actually makes me feel good because my original idea is what I should have stuck with, and it would have been good. I have reasons to doubt this, but I have reasons to love this because I came up over 50%, bearish overall. This would have been the A plus, and this was sort of a B. Because I shouldn't have been going against this trend, really. In my mind, when I came to the market this afternoon, everything should have been I'm only going short until I was proven wrong. Because I talked about that earlier, taking this, taking this, taking this. I think I said something about not wanting to go 4 or 5 times too, though. But yeah, and this is all hindsight too, so you know. The problem is now, if I take the short and it goes long, that might be more than I want to deal with. I'm not thrilled with myself today. Maybe it's just time for the economy to tank. I've been hearing people talking about it, or the stock market to just tank. They've been talking about it for a while, obviously, but eventually they'll be right, you know. And we've lost about 70 points since yesterday. That's pretty substantial. Oh, awesome. Thanks, Greg. Right on. I got him. I will watch those today. Wonder how long they are. So for what it's worth, the Kraken DR hit great. Because you don't take this, you don't trade till after 11. The box is formed at 10:30, and you're not looking for trades until after 11, so you would have missed this. And from right here, you'd have been looking for this fair value gap, and it hit and went for 20 points. Probably would have got, tapped out in there somewhere, but still, it would have been a nice trade. So. And I'm not sure why I didn't take it when I had the opportunity. I might have already been in a trade. I think I was. Yeah, I was already in the trade because that was part of my confluence for taking this one when I got whipped out. But just so you know, the Kraken DR, it was a winner today. Luck on the charts. Sounds like someone I haven't met before. Welcome. Anybody else? I don't think so. DK1234, possibly. Welcome, if I haven't welcomed you already. Oh, these helped you with that? With the 30-second? Well, that'll be good then. That's good timing because I just started kind of looking at the 30-second. So I remember dropping down to the minute and thinking, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? And you'll find plenty of people that say you can't do this on the minute. So, I don't know. This is probably a good example of why it's more challenging, but a lot of times these win as well, so. So he was talking about taking this long out of this area right here, and we are kind of hemmed up here. Yeah, the effects of the day are really on me. I'm having a hard time going long again, and that's what the market wants. It wants you to get to the point where you say, you know what, screw that, I'm not going long, and then they drive the price and leave you behind, and they make all the money. So, again, when I put myself in the mind of the market maker, how would I screw as many people as I could before taking the market where I want it to go? I would do exactly this, right? So most likely the move is still coming. But am I willing to gamble on it now that I'm behind is kind of what it's a different, mindset when you're looking at drawdown. I don't know. I guess have to see what kind of move it gets. If it gives me everything and gives me the solid candle, I guess if I see the A plus, it has the right swing, the right displacement. If everything's there, I'm still probably going to take that trade. So I don't know that the market doesn't care about your win-loss record, right? It doesn't know where I'm at. So I can't let that bias my thinking too much. Otherwise, I'll miss the trades that I should take, and it's more important to me not to miss the trades I should take. Because that's what see trade take trade is. When I see it and I miss it, it's harder on me than seeing it, taking it, and losing. If that makes sense. My psychology deals with it better if I'm in the comfort of following my plan, the discipline, the patience, the model, the setup, the steps, the criteria. If all that's there, and I don't take it, then what do I have? I mean, I'm passing on everything I think is good. I'd rather take it and accept the fact that they all don't win, and I'd rather take it than doubt it, is what I'm trying to say. Because once I start doubting my setup and my strategy, that opens up other doors. So I'll just take it until it wins and get my base hits, and whatever. And here would be a really hard spot to take it to because of the liquidity here. But that's one of the things that kept me from taking it before too. So I have to keep that in mind too. If I'm really trying to be faithful to what I claim to be trying to do, then that can't stop me, because I tell you guys all the time, if it's going to go, it's going to go. It doesn't matter what's above, doesn't matter what's below. So, but I'd feel better if it popped through here now. Can we get one little, just a little, right there? Just give me that. I'd be satisfied. One tick doesn't do it. I need more than a tick. We've already been doing ticks. Tick, 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 tick. Come on. So like it's easier to take the trade here with just a kind of a swing. It gets harder and harder to go long as it goes sideways. I mean, that's liquidity. I don't know how they figure that, because if I've got my stop 2 ticks below, the banks do, or the people that matter, but I don't know. So there's a swing there, there's a swing there. I'm not going to call anything smaller than this displacement. At least a good portion of this. Because we're in a range where the candle sizes have been sizable and not changing direction on the market. So I need to see bigger than what I'm looking at right here. I'll try to use that subjectivity in my favor to at least give me something a little more, to make it a tighter trade or a tighter entry as far as criteria goes. One little extra boost that it has to show me. But this is going in my notes today up here. Something in the displacement telling me that my displacement needs to be, my displacement candle needs to be what breaks structure. Whichever one creates the fair value gap. And there is 2 fair value gaps here, but I don't know. I'm going to try to just narrow that down a little bit. See if I miss a bunch of trades because of it. Because I know I win the majority of them, that I get what I want to see in displacement. And it might seem, I don't know, nitpicky. It's on a 2-minute channel, or a 2-minute chart that is a single candle. We're so close to breaking through here. And I don't know if a long is stronger or weaker when you're this close to the bottom, because how many times does it go to the tick? You know, we say that all the time. We see it, and then it changes direction. But generally, my thinking is once you break consequent encroachment, your odds go up as you get closer that you're actually going to break it. I don't know if that's true, or we have broken through this one on the day, so that's substantial. But if we had a big move up, then this would just turn into a wick anyway, and it wouldn't be a close. So there's a good chance that could be a wick still. Any of these, really. They're high enough time frames with a couple minutes on that one. Yeah, a couple minutes. Past the consequent encroachment of whatever this was he gave me. How do I get my screen back? Okay. Just sort of on hold. Paying real close attention to these continued lows. I mean, ideally, if it just did this, and kind of piddled around for the next 40 minutes, I'd be thrilled. If it didn't present any opportunities to me that made me, hesitant. And the closer we get to the end of the session, the more liquidity that's built between now and then. So here's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of missing the move now because I'm waiting for the end of the session, or taking a trade, and then still dealing with this because it's it's waiting. And then would I still be willing to take that trade at the end of the session, right? Because if I take another loss here, I'm going to be like feeling that. So I want to try to figure out what I resign myself to, because I've got anxiety right now over which way to approach this. If I take another long, I think it would do worse for me to lose than to wait. I guess I need to not worry about missing the trade is what I'm saying. That needs to be like the last thing on the table is I missed the trade, and that's fine. Because if I take this and it fails, I don't know that I'll take the other one. Yeah, it's just, either way, it's there's pros and cons to both sides. But I'm trying to do what's best for my mentality. And I think for me, since I already have the feeling for the end of the session, I might just resign myself to not take anything here. And if I miss it, I miss it. But if it comes at the end of the shift or the end of the session, I either catch it or it doesn't appear, and in that case, I don't lose either. So I don't know if all that made sense. Yes, DK. And that's why I wanted to keep doing this. I mean, we're building another consolidation box. And because of that, I don't want to take it long because the box usually gets broke on both sides. And I would get, if it comes back down to stop me out before it goes up. It's just really ugly. This is really ugly price action. This is choppy trash, a downward pennant type thing. This might have even been a day I wasn't supposed to trade, but all I saw was that folder news, level 2 for Powell's speech, and well, there was Powell's speech and a durable goods or something news. Not Powell's speech, Bowman's speech. And it added insult to injury that I didn't get the money that I made on that one trade. So I've got like a couple different reasons to be frustrated right now, and that's fine. I mean, that's part of it, and working through the frustration and making a plan to deal with it, and to recognize this in the future is really what trading is all about to me. To prepare myself for this scenario. How to make the best decision, the one I won't regret. I can make the wrong decision and not regret it, and that's okay. Or a decision that doesn't work out. But if I make the wrong one, or choose against the right one, I should say, that's an easier way to say it. If I know what my path should be and I go against it, that's going to be harder on me mentally. I mean, there's just, this could be one of those days, where it just comes up here and takes this out, I've always got that in the back of my mind. And on the days that I'm right, it's incredible. There's days when I anticipate it and it doesn't happen. And, there's going to be days where it doesn't happen much. When it makes that move, it's pretty, I haven't gotten a loss on that I remember. I don't remember when. I remember having one, but it's been so long ago, I couldn't tell you the month, right? I mean, and it's not like it happens every week either. I might get one or two of these a month, but they're usually really good trades. And that's what keeps me in the market till the end of the day, regardless of where I'm at, because I've gotten all my loss back and made a bunch of money on that move. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but if it sets me up for, if it did start failing, then I'd probably keep taking it until I really got banged up, is the problem. Because I'd always be thinking, well, a little lose streak, everybody has them, but that's how you end up with trouble. Rowan says we're at distribution, probably going to be like that until we have a volume move that makes the raid. Yeah, and it'll come when this consolidation is taken. I mean, that's where the volume will come in, I would think. Once there's a sweep of a substantial area, that's a lot of buying or selling. One side of it's always manipulation, I think, and then the other side is actually probably, people buying it up. It wouldn't be much of a box if I drew it, but we'll just see how long it stays in that range, and it's definitely primed for a move back down just because of all of this. A lot of times there'll be one side that's sloped and one side that's relatively even. And as it's working its way up here to just pop through here, it doesn't have to do much to take all the liquidity here, but it needs a deeper move to take all of this. So I think that plays into it part to kind of keep this from having to, you know, to have to cover a lot of space where there are no orders and stop losses, you know, I don't know. If most of them are just right here somewhere, you're not going to have to create a target that's up here to cover all that ground just to get that 1 point when you've got 7 of them below you. That's me trying to be the market maker again. What would I do? What would I do? So this is going to be one of those lose better days, maybe. I'd have to have a heck of a move to recoup the whole day. I'm down 250, which times 10, that's 2,500. But, you know, I've been down more than that, and, you know, it wasn't a problem. So I like to kind of keep that in mind. But winning well, you know, I won very well yesterday, right? That was a really great day. And luck of the draw, you know, I couldn't get 2 in a row, but you have no control over that. So now it's time to show the other side. How do I lose better, right? I've explained why I didn't get out after 2. If we held this low, we'd like to see it pop to 43.20, 43.24. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's telling me that's what it's set up for. So the longer it goes sideways and doesn't go too far away, if we've lost our energy to the downside, then the move up looks great. And that's why I stay. I mean, I've done too well at the end of the days to just give up. Okay, so let's see what this does. That was a single candle through the swing, bigger than the rest. I'll take this. You just have to prove me wrong, Arcot. I mean, you know, it is what it is. If I get the fair value gap. Well, shit. No, there's a swing right here. Okay, I was going to say I wasn't going to take this because it was a 2-pointer, but that's a 1-pointer right there. I lost my fair value gap, man. Wait, let's go to 32nd. Let's see. I got a fair value gap on the 32nd. Oh boy. No, I'm not doing it. Who thought I was about to jump in that trade? And who knows? You know, it could work out, but this is more looks like the, you know, the consolidation break, and then come back down here and get all this. So that's what I've said I've seen before, that you don't have to worry about it because it doesn't give you anything. I've talked about that. If the displacement candle is that huge and it's not the one you want, it generally won't give you the fair value gap. And you don't have to be worried about getting faked out by it as much. But if it is the one with the fair value gap, that's the winner. I mean, it meets all the other criteria. So it's good that that showed up, because I didn't know how to really... Having the visual there to explain it is better. It kept me from, you know, getting into the trade, whereas, you know, a lot of people would have taken the breakout right there. This is sort of waiting on the retest, and if the retest is too deep, then you lose your entry opportunity and you don't worry about taking the trade. So it came down that far. I can't see why it doesn't come down. Take the rest of that. If y'all weren't here, I'd scalp 5 contracts right now and take this short just to get my money back. But no, I wouldn't do that. I have done that. If I go dark for a minute, uh, say I got to go to the bathroom, you know what's up. You come back, there'd be like a technical difficulty sign on the monitor. That's what this does to people, though. If they're trying to trade in this, it can, it has gotten me so frustrated. Um, that yeah, I mean, it's like up and down and up and down and up and down. Well, I know you're going to come down here, and I try to take that and get too heavy, and that's why the leverage is so important. I cannot go above what I set for my. There's never an excuse to size up to that level. There just isn't. I mean, that's a really bonehead move to do that. Nothing good comes from that over the long haul. I've had some really good short-term success, but if you added all those up and you added up the bad experiences outweigh them. That's what I'm hoping, DK. That's why I don't want to see anything drastic. That was a good little, fake. Take some liquidity, make some liquidity. I want it to wait before it takes off. So there's the fair value gap. But this is too uncharacteristic of price action for me to try to take a silver bullet off of any of this. That second leg of displacement didn't do anything. It looks like it's trending up, but it's holding the bottom pretty stable. Maybe the move's going to be down, right? If it goes up and takes a bunch of this towards the end of the session, if it gets us up into this, into here anywhere, takes any of this, then it could still come back down. You got to be careful. This is uncharacteristic stuff right here for me. It doesn't do this every day. Would have loved to have caught that though. I wonder if I would have. If there was any way I can see a trade in there. Yeah, I mean I certainly wouldn't have stayed in it through all of that, but I don't know, in profit that much if you'd have taken it up in here somewhere with a partial. Yeah, you never know. And there's still, this is still fun. If we can just stay down in here. I mean, I'm looking for something up to 23 minimum. maybe even 35. So anything around here. I just don't want to see it tank from here. If it leaves too much behind, then you almost feel like you got to wait till Newsday for it to go back and get it. Struggling up here. And this would have been a good one to see if it traded through. Then that would pretty much nix any long ideas. If it bounces out of this, you know, eventually. Yeah, 5-minute fib. Yep. And that's going to be it, you know, as time goes by, with it not making a, you know, a substantial move, then you start looking at it, you know, do we get up here, take some of this maybe, retrace hard back through all of, you know, back through whatever it created on the way up, or do we look for the long up here? The good thing about it is it only makes the move one way generally. It doesn't show you the displacement with the fair value gap and all that both ways. It's not going to do that one way and then turn right back around and you go all the way back down. I've never seen it do that. It doesn't mean it can't happen, but it can come back and beat you, but it generally doesn't just turn right around and do the exact same mirror move kind of thing. Oh, your Fibonacci retracement, yeah. When I learned Fibonacci, when Fibonacci was, I kind of thought they were crazy. But I guess it's backed up. Well, it is backed up. So good, you know, good deal not going long. At the moment, anyway. This is still, I feel like before it goes one way, it has to clear the other if we're going to go any kind of distance. And everything I'm saying is based on the belief that we're going to make a big move. I mean, so if that doesn't happen, then some of the things I'm looking for and counting on won't have the same significance. But you can bet if we're coming up here and we're going in a different direction for a while, this is going to get dealt with at least once. Yeah, I hear you. I know it. If I can get half back, I think I'd be, you know, because then I'd feel like I would have been close to break even actually if it wouldn't have been for that other fiasco. So if I can get one trade that's even just a regular average trade, that'd be great for my day. I'm fine right here. If I take another loss, it would be irritating, but I've had much worse days. So yeah, this isn't nothing. I've had days 3 times this bad and still pass my evals. And it might have been a pair of days. I think I had a back-to-back day that was pretty gnarly. So I'll show you real quick. You see, don't think I'm making it up. Right here, I went negative almost 8.5 grand in 2 days, and then just motored back through. So I bring this up every once in a while to remind myself that, that would be twice as bad as today. That was a terrible day. I've had some really bad days, but and the more of these I have and the more of them that I come back strong like this and overcome, that's really positive for me. But I'm not trading this same way either. I was trading minis here. Some of these I was trading micros also, but I have to keep that in mind too. So it might just take me longer to get it back. But as far as the psychology part of it, I'm not saying I was feeling great that day, but Yes, I did, Ron. I used to do updates like on Twitter and Reddit of my different stuff, but I got away from it because I felt like I need to get away from doing that so much. Like I like posting the videos now because it shows everything. Oh, what were you saying? You used your trade. Oh, did you? Right on. Yeah, that was me. Well, we were in the same circles. Trying to get away from doing so much on social media as far as posting P&L and money and stuff like that. Because most people, they don't believe you to begin with. And I recognize that there's people that aren't having great days. And it happens to me. If I see someone just killing it every day, and if I'm in a down period, I'm not really, it doesn't do anything for me. So I want to make sure I'm doing less harm than good is a way of saying it. It doesn't really do anybody that much good. I like kind of showing it and letting people follow along with me, but I think it might be doing more damage than good. So I kind of limit that to the Discord now. It is very toxic, yeah. I put the link down there in Mark's stuff, and I pinned it. If you guys want to follow my trade tracker, that's fine. But I'm not going to do as much putting it on Twitter and, doing that kind of stuff. I want to have it there for the transparency, but I also don't want to be, pissing people off or hurting anybody's, mentality. Because if you see someone else doing good, it makes you wonder why you're not. So, I don't want to have that effect on people. Now, if I post, they should look at my crap days too and feel good on those days when they did well. It should work both ways, but, I don't look at it that way. I guess you don't get to see most people's crap days anyway, but you get to see mine. Phew. Yeah, it is pretty toxic. I mean, I don't know. And I got wrapped up in some of that for a little bit. ICT and just some different opinions I had. All right, so substantial downward move. Still in this PDA. Lots of liquidity. 40 minutes to the end of the day. We can get some sideways play here. So it's still setting up for a real nice move up. Or it will just dump and I'll never get, a shot at it. But the farther away it gets from here, the less my confidence is. I got banned from that day trading subreddit too, by the way. They banned me. I got banned from there. I got banned from futures trading Reddit. I got banned from a Facebook group. So you won't see my stuff there anymore, but I don't care, really. A lot of you might be here from Reddit, though, or, a good few anyway, because I talked to a lot of people on Reddit there that I gave the link to, and we, DM'd about stuff, and so I wouldn't be surprised. That's where I found AK, the guy that got his elite funding status, or elite trader status. He said in his message, I thought it was so, it just tickled me. He says, "Yeah, I thought you were trying to get money from me." And I was like, I did everything I could to let you know I wasn't, I think I used the word free 3 times. and not a scam. Don't report me. Go check it out first. All that kind of stuff. Okay, Mark, take care. Oh, are you talking about me getting banned? Well, I was getting banned. I didn't get banned for my comments. I got banned for promoting. So, I think the first time was an accident. I didn't know. I think I put a video or something, or it was innocent the first time. And then after that, I was kind of like, well, I might get banned for this, but um, that place isn't that important to me really. And there's like 10 of them that I could be on if I wanted to be. Johnny Tsunami just found me last night on a Reddit post. Wow, that's cool. Huh. Um, no, I'm not. I'm not in the academy anymore. I got out a few weeks ago, a month maybe, and just kind of went in a different direction. I still have the DR on my screen. I still look at it. I could have had a nice DR win today on our model that we use without the database, but I think I had too many things. No, I was in that trade. I take that back. I did get a win off of it. This just effed me up, and I'm still tweaking on it. Yeah. Got the magnet. What is that, Mark? Any specific reason? More like a handful of reasons, I guess. Nothing specific. I can't trade DR like I want to because of my schedule. And we found together and through some back testing that the data isn't really that much of an advantage over just price action and using PDAs. Here's a good example right here. I mean, here was your confirmation. It came right back up into a fair value gap and tanked. Well, if you go to DR Lens right now, and I could, even though I don't have it, I have backup. I backed up the data. I'm not going to lie. I mean, people already know that I did that, and they used to encourage it in case DR Lens ever went offline. So I don't have the live data, but what I have would carry me for years because it moves at such a slow pace to overcome those kind of statistics. And those probabilistic areas are probabilistic areas for a reason, and they stay that way for the most part. So I still have it, but I just don't use it. I haven't used it really maybe once or twice since I got out. If I wanted to show you an example, I could pull it up. Well, you know what? I don't have anything against doing that. Just to be completely transparent. It would be on my drive. Trading stuff. Can I search this thing? It's not in temp. It's not in MISC. Oh, no, I'm in the wrong place. I don't know what I did with it. Well, oh, there it is. Duh, okay. So, I just went and got ES for ODR and RDR, and I went through and, like for today, for instance, we confirmed at 11:25 on Tuesday short. So RDR 11:25 Tuesday short. Gives me this. And I kind of question that. RDR. Tuesday, 11:25. Short, true. There, that's better. Let me get rid of this screen, put this back over here. So we've got our retracement between say 2 and 3. It would have been 2 and 3.5. So you'd had to take 2 to 4 to get the fair value gap. And then over here, retracement. Well, we do it differently though. So we don't use the first 30 minutes, and we don't necessarily use, that's about it for the time. We don't look at the max retracement time. But if you go, so 2 to 4 retracement, that's time for retracement. Here's a median retracement. This is 4, 5, 2, 0. So this is -1, +1, +2, +3, +4. So if you would have took this cluster on DR Lens, you would have won. And if you would have took the PDA, you would have also won. So when I figured that out, I recognized that it's not that advantageous, and a lot of times these don't line up that well. And when they don't line up, this is still right, because this is what we always see in the market. We don't see price coming up here and turning around, right? So what we see is more accurate than what the data gives us on today's price action. And same thing with what I was saying earlier with, where did I lose that? Yeah, bring that back. I can't look up the instances because that was a mouse hover thing. But for instance, if these were 10s and these were all 5s, so you got a good 10% chance here, you think. But really, you got 90% that it didn't go here. It went here 10% of the time. If it's, however many instances that is compared to the ones below it. But the equivalent of all of these below it is a greater percentage than what you have right here. And that kind of, when I started looking at it that way, I lost all my confidence in it, honestly. I had good results with it. I couldn't trade it enough to really build any confidence, I guess, because you have to trade that every day. If you don't, then you catch one. The win rate sucks. I'm not gonna say that. If your R&R is great, it's a good. You can get a good win rate, but if you have a bad few days when you're not catching the wins, and it's harder on you mentally. So harder on me. I hope all that made sense. And like I said, it's just personal preference. Like I said, that you can see you could have won on that trade. I mean, if you were a DR trader, you had a nice win there. Yes, Johnny, that's what we've figured out, and we back tested it pretty strong. We went into FX replay and we did months worth. We did a back testing session where we all got together and kind of went through it, and just took days, one after the next, and some months were better than others, but I don't know. I was spending money on it before, and I can put that money to something else, and I don't feel like I really missed anything. And I'll just put it like that. Yeah, hindsight's a son of a gun, Cloud. So this is good for reversal here. This is real, we're right around this area here for our closing, whatever PD array this was for everybody got maybe. But if it's the move I'm looking for, it'll happen without a doubt, and you'll know that's the one. Yeah, I know. Excuse me. And our back testing showed that, but I don't want something that's brilliant 1 month or 2 months and then sucks other months. I can't stand months of drawdown and losses. So if that's the upside, then the downside is equally impactful for me in a negative way. What I'm doing right now is pretty even keeled day to day. There's no, when this struggles, everybody struggles because it's just a wiki, hard market, and a lot of times that keeps us out of the market, which is a good thing. But since DR doesn't really look at PD arrays and the support in the same ways. I mean, they have volume imbalances and things like that. I think it's just a little different way to look at it. And I don't like the false day possibilities. I mean, right off the top. So if I do everything right off the top, I've got a 20% chance, 20 to 25% chance to lose. They say 88%, but that's like on the best instrument in the best, whichever one. And there's some variation in there. So false days were pissing me off because I was trying to take retirement setups and they would fail, Oh, okay, yeah, glad to help. Um, you know, when I first got into it, I thought it was magic. I honestly did, but I didn't have any structure. I didn't have any, not substantial like I do now, liquidity understandings, things like that. So when it went to that level and turned around, and here's what the thing is the market has made these repetitive motions so many times, and we haven't been here for every one of them for it to. Well, some people have. They actually have those in the market maker buy and sell models and things like that. Price does the same thing. I don't know how many patterns there are, but you can bet that there's certain days when it's going to be a day like this. You're going to get a DR like this. It's going to confirm at a certain time, and it's going to pull back a certain fib length, which is standard. So this area in like the middle of the quarter of the DR range is always significant, and there's always going to be either PDAs there or something. So the statistics are just kind of saying that there is a pattern, right? But we see the cause for the pattern in our immediate price action. We're not looking at 20 years to say a whole lot of times it did this and a whole lot of times it did that. Today we hit it, but it could have just easily went up here and missed it. It's a 40% win chance on a lot of them. But this was all day money, easy, first look, no trying to parse the data. I mean, because you can trick yourself into doing different things. And I'm not bagging on it, but there's people with questions, and I just want to be very clear. He asked me a question. I don't talk about this stuff really unless you guys ask me, but on this one right here, a lot of times I'll wait for the second section because I don't want to take, it's like the consequent encroachment. If I have a choice and I've got to split it, well, then I split it, and then I'm at 5 and 6, and then I miss my move, and it went earlier. So there's subjectivity there, in how you approach it. There should be, but like I might have missed that trade because I'd have split it, and I'd have said, okay, you got to give me the second half because this is as equally probable as this half, and this is too much of a range to cover in one stop. If you're trying to keep a tight stop, and then I got this in the back of my mind. This is actually the highest probability, right? Because you've got a top bar and you've got a little higher bar than this. So it's close. And depending on where I was in the day, if I'd already taken a loss, I'm waiting on this one now because I'm not going to get faked out by this one, knowing there's something higher probability behind me. But not looking at the price action, there may be nothing up here. Absolutely nothing. And I was still missing the move here to wait on worrying about this move here behind me because it's showing me stuff that was interfering with my bias or giving me a bias that I wouldn't have had otherwise. Oh, wow. I didn't know I could do that. Awesome. All right. Learn something new every day, folks. Um, so today isn't a great day. I mean, it's not terrible. There's end of session for the extension or retracement, medium to fair, end of day for extension. So I like it better when it's cleaner on the edges and just nothing in the middle. But again, you know, it happened this many times here, so it's really not even close to all of this here. This is probably 10%, and this is 90%, or something like that. 90% it happened somewhere other than where I would think is probable. If you're just looking at the height of a bar, the height of the bar is deceiving. The height of the bar, you know, if it's one single bar in the middle and a bunch of them that are a third of the way high, chances are it's not going there, right? Because you got a whole lot more instances where it went somewhere else. So, is that all you got on that? Anything else I can clear up or try to? I'll put it away then. And like I said, I don't have the live data anymore, but you know, we were told to do that, and I did. So some people, I imagine, they got the whole, you know, the whole thing. They've been in there for months, and that was a lot of work for me to go through and create all those pictures, and I had to do it twice actually. So I had to make pictures for each one of these. Cut, paste, copy, create link, repaste. And then I had to go do it all again because my pictures were, didn't have them saved right or something. I did them all twice, so that was frustrating. All right, so back to, I may have questions later, but that is really good perspective to have from someone who isn't biased with the VR lens stuff. No, nobody can call me biased, no doubt. Trading full alongside my normal work for 3 years now. I'm just trying to get consistent. Yeah, well, dude, if you don't get anything else here, you get the truth, even when it hurts me. If I can have days like this, you know, I can be on. This is brutal honesty right here, just trading, without all of the, you know, showing just the good stuff on the pictures and, you know, or on the YouTube and Twitter. So this is my way of being as honest as possible right here, I think. And if you go look at my early videos, I was a huge proponent. M7 used to share my videos. I was the only one making them, honestly. That was, a lot of you have, you know, started following me on YouTube because of that. So I haven't lost a ton of followers since I've been here, so I don't think anybody bailed on me because I left the academy. I was a good guy then, I think. I was helping people and doing, you know, doing what I thought was right, and I'm just still doing the same thing. So there was no beef when I left. In fact, I hadn't even been active for months. I wasn't able to make live streams hardly ever because of my work schedule, so it's not like they all of a sudden noticed me missing, you know. Yeah, I recognize that about the space is kind of slimy, honestly. Not you guys, we're great, but you know, there's a lot of sliminess going on out there, and it's toxic as well. So I want this to be like a repose, our oasis kind of place where we just focus on what's important, support each other, do good stuff, and, you know, try to encourage each other to do this stuff. Because that's, you know, that's big too. When you're doing this alone, man, it's just, who do you vent with? My parents don't care about this stuff. My, you know, family, my friends, the people I work with, I don't, you know, they just get the glazed look in their eyes if I start mentioning anything about trading, or, you know, I trade at work a little bit and I'll get excited about something. Well, you're lucky then, Shannon, but the majority of us, if you ask around, this isn't what everybody wants to talk about. It's sort of even uncomfortable because it has to do with making money and making a lot of money. Not you. I'm talking about people at my job, you know, that have no interest in trading. But thanks for the comedic relief. I really need that. Huh? Well, yeah, friends at work, whatever. They're still friends. They just don't trade. But it's no different than when they want to show me their baby pictures or something. I'm like, oh, whatever. Looks like a little alien to me, but have at it. Whatever makes you happy. It's the same thing. There's no disrespect intended. It's just not, that's not my interest. You want to talk to people that have the same interest. It's very discouraging to see what has consistently made money for people in this space is paid subscriptions and other stuff like that. A lot of the time selling hope. I know I was in a couple courses and I don't feel ripped off by the ones I took because they were one-time fees for the year, under a couple $100, I think. I think I got one on special for under a couple $100. I didn't subscribe to anything, and I got a lot of good. And they had courses that were substantial. I mean, taught me about news, taught me about everything, but pretty much left the strategy. There were very basic retail type stuff in them, and I was already using that stuff, and I'll be honest, I went to one of them because I wanted signals. The guy trades live every hour, first hour of the day, and I went there thinking I could just trade his trades, and it doesn't work. So he was trading 200 grand sometimes, and I was trading 10 or 15 maybe, and I couldn't get as much out of the moves to make it worth what he was doing. It just didn't work. I went in there with that idea though. If I could get in on his trades, he's successful, then I could do this. And that's so wrong. I mean, it's the wrong overall approach. I'm not going to say if you can get in it, and I wouldn't say I wouldn't. If I got it and someone was just hammering it and I could follow their trades, hell yeah, I'd do it. I'm trying to make money too, but I know for my overall development and wanting to be independent and just, sort of I'd say pride in a way too. I feel like if he can do it, I can do it. I shouldn't have to just give up trying to figure it out because I can do it while someone else is doing it. That's not my makeup. I'll figure it out for me, and but the draw is strong, to do that. Well, I know some of them make these ridiculous claims. Right. Yeah, so this could be the beginning of the end right here, and if it is, or this could be liquidity sweep before the dump, right? I mean, I don't know how to call it. I didn't get the move I wanted to see yet. I'll pull it up over here. It's really too far from the bottom, I think, to give me that right now. But this is the one I like to try to watch the screen on, or watch for the move on. Just the feedback is so much stronger and faster than TradingView. Yeah, I set my goal for July 2025. My birthday's in July, so that was just part of the reason, and that would give me right at 3 years trading altogether. I started in July of last year. Yeah, thank you, Johnny. Oh, July 26th. That's the day before my mom. Mine's the 15th. My brother's is on the 5th. So, yeah, and that's why that helps me absorb bad days. A lot of that is I feel like I'm at a pretty good pace, honestly, to where, I can't beat myself up too much, and especially if I'm losing better and less as far as amounts wise. I mean, if you look at my losses now, right? We had I had those days where I had $8,000, $5,000, $3,000, $4,000. The move in the right direction is, it's noticeable to me. 600, 650. I'm on the same number of accounts, but look at my losses compared to those other ones, right? I mean, that's That's huge to me. That's so much progress right there to take these little losses. And this was wrapped up in 1 day's worth of losses, and I've got all this here. Now, granted, I had bigger wins too, but I've still got some substantial wins in here too. So I'm seeing what I need to see, and I feel confident in my progress. You know, a long way to go still, but I kind of see light at the end of the tunnel. I'd say it like that. And I don't even know if you saw that first spreadsheet that I showed, Johnny. I'm not sure how long you were in here, but I showed one from my previous set of evals. That was, it was good, but there were some really ugly days on it. And I think part of that is going to the minis now and taking partials and stuff, or the micros, has let me trade a little differently to where I'm not risking so much, or, you know, it's not going, you know, against me so far. But I'm still on the same pace as far as my daily goal. In fact, my daily goal for my first set was about $780, $790 a day, because I had set it for 2 months of trading days, and I did it in 38 days. Well, this one I set a little different target, and it made my daily goal more. So my daily goal is more, and I'm trading less size, and I'm still on as good a pace or close to the same pace. So lots of stuff to feel good about, and that's what you need to focus on when you're having bad days. Like, I can go back through, you know, I'll go back through trades, I'll look at journal, I'll be like, you know, I had this great day, this bad day, this great day, you know, another great day, whatever. And you see it's not just today. Everything's not about today. You know, over the course of the month, this is a speed bump, you know, no big deal. And this won't be a fun video to post, but it gets posted anyway. Just because, yeah, you know what? Dang on it. I recorded through my lunch and everything. Maybe they won't watch it. Oh man, I swear. I need a clipboard with like a little checklist of stuff, because I've just straight up lost it today. Yeah, I recorded through lunch and everything else. I was talking about the video I'm going to have to post that shows a, you know, a below average day. But if I don't post that video and I only post the other videos, since I've gotten to where I'm posting regularly now, the streams, then it feels like I'm either embarrassed about my situation, which I'm not, or I'm hiding something from somebody, which I'm not. I think there's enough educational value in here in what we've talked about and the things we've discovered together for the people out there that actually, there are people that sit here and watch the whole videos. I couldn't believe it. All right, so yeah, we're going long. Hold on, where's my trader mate? Oh my God, where's my screen? Oh, I'm on it, dummy. I'm used to having split screen with TradingView and trading both of them. All right.
Order filled.
Now, I didn't get exactly what I wanted here. It would have been faster and I'd have been down here. But I'm still going to pull a stop down to here. I went long, so I need a short.
Order working.
I'll give it. That's 975. 3 points to right there. 1 tick to right there. Now, you know what? It's either that one or it's nothing. 2 ticks below that. So if we get a fair value gap here and we get a break of structure here, that would be great.
Order working.
It's not guaranteed yet. We definitely need a break, and we need a couple more minutes of time. Depending on if it's going to go up, how high it goes up, I don't know. But when it starts stalling a little bit, if I can get that fair value gap with 7 seconds, 6, if it takes off from here, and we build a strong fair value gap here, that would be great. If it dumps all the way against me, it's hard for me to close it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's going to go one way or the other. And it seems to favor this, I think, going up. But they're not dummies either. They know if they throw a big wick down here, a lot of times it's a sign it's going long. So they can't make every long wick win, because what would we do? We'd all wait for the long wick. I mean, they identified that the first week they were doing this. When they started sorting stuff out on how to beat us, you know, I'm pretty sure everybody had their ideas about, well, this always happens, we need to make that random. This always happens, you need to make that random, or whatever. So we got a good fair value gap. I wish I could have caught this deeper. I was kind of not paying attention again. I lost a couple points of, yeah, usually I will do better on, if you've been here before, I actually have my finger on the button when it does this, and I'm ready for this, and I click my sell low, or at least when it's come down a good bit, when it comes down that fast. But this time I didn't, so.
Order working.
Well, shoot. Oh, wait. I took it from 09. All right, so we'll get a partial right here. You better not do that. That would be like just the way to end the day right there. Taps me out there. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to put another one up here.
Order working.
And I'm going to wait because I either need a 4 or a 2 down here. If it rejects right here, I think I would just take break even and be done. Or close the fair value gap. I'm going to make money on this trade.
Order filled.
Okay, so we got that. We got the partial. Now I'm at 2. So I would create my...
Order working.
I should only have 2 orders in the market. And now I trail. 2 ticks below the fair value gap. I'm going to give it a little wick space. Do it right there. So I get the partial in this no matter what. If I really was ballsy, I'd buy right here and expect this in the next couple minutes to be a really hard push up into here and here and here. So I'm going to short it right there, a couple ticks below, and just trail it up and hope it hits this. And if it does, that'd be great. Pretty sure it will. Yeah, I'm positive it's going up, so I'm in profit a little bit. 5 minutes left.
Order filled. Order working.
So I'm going to pyramid this one real short. Put another one right here.
Order working.
And split that. And we'll see what happens. So I should have, wait a minute, I'm in for 4. I've got 4 above and 4 below. Yep. This is just kind of, since we're out of time, I'm trusting this little small stop loss right here and a very small loss of 2 ticks if it does come back down here. If it comes back down here, then I may not get any of this anyway. But if it goes where I think it's going, hope it's going, then I picked up another little bit right here with that extra 2 contracts. And I basically just risked making it a closer to a break-even trade because I'm using a little bit of profit I made in my partial. When I bought those 2 contracts, so it did raise my break-even, so I need to be up here a little bit. I think I'll give them both that much room with 3 minutes left. It can come 1, 2, 3 ticks below. Oh, boyo. Are you serious? You got in right with me. That's funny. Well, man, I really hope it wins now. Shoot. Yeah, we've definitely got, this liquidity has to fall. There's no way it comes up here and stops. Whether or not I get this, I don't know. That should be enough to boost it. I should get at least this partial. I wanted to give myself something in the middle, I guess, because with only 2 minutes left, But it takes a minute candle. I mean, a minute candle, we can be up here, and it happens enough to where I, try to plan for it and, take advantage of it. So we're good. That one fell. All right, so now I won't take any loss. 2 minutes left. It doesn't have much time to come down and go back up. So if it does come down, I'm still in the money with my partial. We're in the 59. It should turn around if it's going to go up any second and make a little push. If it hits 3 o'clock, I'll mark it out. And that's just like a tick, man. Look at that. Yeah, maybe just a sideways exit. Violent. Look at that. 3 o'clock. Let's see what happens here.
Order filled.
I'll take it. So I got almost 100 of it back. On the last 2 minutes of the day, high probability trade. I feel great. I mean, that's the way to end the day, man. I didn't overtrade. I did my plan. I have this in my back pocket. That's very encouraging. I would have liked to get the bigger push. The bigger push comes sometimes. I'm telling you, when you're here and you see it. I know you guys have seen it, but I don't know if you've seen anybody just sit here and trade just that move, and catch this swing shot. Good job, boyo. You got out when you hit 200 for the day. Awesome. That's really cool, man, that you're taking that trade, since it did good. If it wouldn't have done good, but everybody's responsible for their own stuff, and your executions are your executions. but I hope that you help, that you refine that and it becomes something that's really powerful for you, because it's my best trade. It's my ace in the hole. So I could have added on this, and I've done this with minis before, and that's where some of those huge days have come from. And I don't know, that might be, if it keeps hitting like it's hitting, I might lean that way a little more. Kept going for half an hour. Oh, I don't doubt it. I mean, but this liquidity was taken. Is it going to come up here in this? I never see it move enough to keep me in. To wait. It happens, but just not enough for me. You bet, Boyle. Thank you, man. Paying attention. I shouldn't say that. You might have taken that. You might have been taking that for years, and I just didn't know it. I might be the new guy taking this trade, for all I know. But yeah. So I need pictures of all these so I can do my journal thing. I didn't do that yesterday, and then it spent me a bunch of extra time. And the only reason that looks like a loss was because I moved my. I think my break even moved up when I bought that other contract or pair of contracts. I kind of want to see where it was in structure so that I'll kind of know what I was dealing with here. Yeah, that was a weird move, right? But the market has to go up before the market can come down. I mean, that was, I'm sure on the, oh, this is the 1 minute. I guess I just didn't see what I needed on the 1 minute. That might have been the news or something, or I don't know. But there were a couple uncharacteristic moves today for sure. This one, the one I got stopped on with that wick. Oh, you got that from me a week or so ago, huh? Right on, man. Awesome, awesome. Glad to hear it. Yeah, if you ever, pick anything up that I use and it helps you, please let me know. Because that's pretty much what I run on here, is just encouragement for whatever good is being done. So get that. So did I go short here? Why did I go short here? Oh, probably. Oh yeah, I was up in a fair value gap or something. This would have been the long though. Well, no swing broke, so I'll second guess all that tonight when I go back through it all. I got to do all the trader scores, the journaling. And I've been using the video now to go back and do my journals. So I just go to the spot where I was at, and it's real easy. I talk about everything I'm thinking, my strategy, my feelings, everything. So it's very helpful. All right, cool. Yeah, you bet, Thomas. Great day of lessons, tough lessons. Hey, it's a tough job, man. Trading is going to be tough. If everybody's just trying to give you the rah-rah, here's your strategy, you're only getting like 30% of what you need, honestly. I mean, you need to know so much more. I need to know so much more. And the stuff I'm learning that I think is really, really helping me, I'm trying to pass that on. So, you bet, Kuga. Okay, take care, Ron. Right on, Shannon. Oil's good when it's good, but it goes against you as fast as it goes for you, and it's very unstable and open to manipulation. So the people that trade it, or I think, do better with swinging it than trying to trade it on the minute. But you got plenty of time to figure all that out. So get your experience and um, take your screenshots, do your journals, all that good stuff, and gather data. That's all I can say is gather data, gather data. You want like weeks of days that you can kind of go through. All right, El Kabong. El Kabong. I love that name. That probably means something. The something. Yeah, that's fine, Shannon. Anytime, really. I'm off. I'm not doing anything. I'm going to work on some stuff for the Discord. Um, Give me at least 15 minutes, and then anytime after that, if you want to just call me, that's fine. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you showing up, sticking it out. You bet. Right on, Cloud. Thanks for all your input and stuff. I appreciate all the interaction. You guys give me stuff to talk about sometimes when I'm running out of gas. Tuba, I think you're new. I haven't seen your name before. Racky, welcome. First time, maybe. Yep. Back at it tomorrow morning, so same time. First time here, right on. I'm off this week, so I'm doing a lot of streaming. So, you're welcome to jump in. I'm gonna work on this stage a little bit, but I don't discourage people from talking to me and pointing out stuff, and even stuff I don't do right. If you see something I miss, anytime, let me know. Help me get better. And people do. I mean, there's some people in here. Hussein will do it. Greg will do it. Ron, he'll speak up. So, yeah, I know, man. I know. And this is what it's going to be. It's going to be education. I mean, it's not just going to be, we're not just in here chatting. We're trying to teach and give people networking with other amazing traders that they can, and I see it happening. I see you guys talking to other traders and, building relationships, and it's going to make you better because there's some amazing traders in here that really are, I mean, next level traders. And some of them are just starting to kind of want to show their stuff. I think they were trying to make sure we were for real and, authentic. Oh, right on. Yeah. Well, that's good then. See, look at the price now. Look at where it went in this last. Are you kidding me? But I can't make myself hold. Look at that. It's gonna go right up here to where I needed it. That would have made me a break-even day or in the money. Gosh darn it. All right, so lesson learned, right? On a power move, maybe if it looks like if it doesn't hit target and it's definitely not coming from sell side, I stay in for a little bit. Back test Jess would dive in this trade. Well, we dove into it. We just gave up too soon. 3 o'clock is like the witching hour for me. And you know what that comes from is I traded on a prop firm where I had to be out of the market 15 minutes. What was it? 15 minutes before 4 New York, something happened, and I don't remember what it was. I definitely had to have a stop, and there were some other rules and restrictions. So I've kind of programmed myself to get out before 4 or at 4. So maybe I need to look at that. That might be what's influencing my move here. But we'll figure it out. I'm happy that it did that. I mean, it just encourages me. I know this is the move. This is my trade. I just didn't catch it before 3. But, you know, I couldn't have called it any better. All right. Y'all have a great day, great night. And if I don't see you in chat later, I'll see you tomorrow. I always forget how to get out of this thing. Oh, there we go. And shut the video.